MVP. It is the right-hander Owen Boone. He's looking to repeat after a spectacular outing his last time out. Went 7 strong innings, allowing 3 earned runs on just 5 hits while racking out 11 strikeouts in his last outing. That came here against Guelph on August 3rd. He has really found his form, and starting pitching has been just such a strength and an important factor for this team this year, and Owen Boone is no stranger to helping out in that.
Yeah, Boone, number 2 among qualified starters in the CBL and ERA. It's sitting at 3 flat right now, 5-1 through 11 starts and 63 innings, 68 strikeouts to 21 walks. Owen Boone has been pretty much every bit as good as the Cardinals have needed him to be given the strength of their rotation, and it's good to see him back here on a Friday night against a tough opponent. They are going to need him today.
Yeah, of course, the longtime London Major will face the Welland Jackfish tonight. And there is Owen Boone, Cardinals wearing their throwback uniforms. I've talked about this before. I'm partial to them. They're one of my favorites. No bad uniforms here in the Hammer, but those might be my favorite. And Owen Boone will wear them tonight as he looks to get the Cardinals off on a good perspective here. It'll be Jonah Weisner starting things off for the Welland Jackfish here tonight. And Welland, you talked to me about this in the pregame, Matt. You know, our own pre-show meeting, the idea of Welland. Good luck striking him out. And the thing about Owen Boone, he's had games where he's rock solid with double-digit strikeout numbers. He's also been really effective while needing limited amount of punch-outs to get it done.
Yeah, this Jackfish offense is really built on getting bat to ball, spraying the ball to all fields, and running. They love to steal bases. It really did the Cardinals in the last time these two teams faced off. Something to watch for.
Yeah, certainly something to watch for. And if we're going to talk about stolen bases, we should probably talk about the guy that will be trying to keep that at bay. Yomer Hernandez behind the dish tonight. Don't worry, folks. Evan McGill is fine. He's just playing first base, you know, trying to save those knees a little bit for a busy stretch run. But it'll be Hernandez tasked with keeping the Jackfish at bay from a base running perspective. Of course, Owen Boone looking to do the same tonight, and he gets off to a quick 0-2 count here on Weisner. Here's Boone with the 0-2 pitch. Just leaking away to the arm side there as Boone obviously didn't need to flirt with the zone too much there if he didn't want to after getting ahead in the count. The one thing you'll notice about Owen Boone, working incredibly quickly. He gets the ball and he is rearing, ready to go more times than not. That one will be hit into center field. Should not give Tyler Duncan any trouble, and it doesn't. And there's the first out of the game picked up by Boone, and Tyler Duncan gives the first out of the game to the Welland Jackfish.
Yeah, it's nice to get Jonah Weisner at the first out of the game, but things do not get any easier. This is the left fielder, Daiki Abe, currently the CBL leader in stolen bases with 32. He's also walked 27 times. That's third in the league, so he knows how to get on base, and he knows how to move himself up the base pass. A constant thorn in the side, really, of opponents, and really encapsulating the identity of what the Jackfish offense has been all about in 2026.
Best way to go about that, obviously, is to keep him off base. That's where Boone and Co. will look to start, but if he's looking to work a walk, taking a low ball one is probably a pretty good place to start. Again, talking about the stakes, all of the games are going to feel this way. It's kind of, I shouldn't say make or break, because there's still plenty of baseball left in the season beyond this weekend, but we are starting to get close to the end. But it's borderline championship weekend feel. Of course, they got Welland here. They're going to have London on Sunday, and then they have Brantford, a team that could potentially help them out with some playoff implications on Monday. So busy stretch of games for the Cardinals, like it is for all teams here. After that foul ball, the count goes to 1-1. That one is hit in the air, but right at Darlin Herman, who barely needs to move to make the second out of the game. And Owen Boone and the Cardinals are cruising here in the top of one against Welland.
Yeah, Abe doing what he does best, just line drives back up the middle, but that one just found a glove. His bat-to-ball skill and his speed, again, it just makes him such a pain for opposing pitching staffs to deal with. Anytime you can get this guy out, you got to count your blessings.
And Darlin Herman's really kind of settled in at second base, not the position he started the year playing the majority. And, you know, I was talking to Luis Bernardo before the game about this. Darlin Herman is one of those guys that really kind of unlocks the rest of the offense and the rest of the lineup, not just in terms of what he's able to do at the plate, but also the fact that he's able to move around so much. Speaking of move around, that one moves right under the glove of Rainy Reyes, and that will allow the first base runner of the game to reach. Barrero getting the ball into the infield, but for the first time tonight, the Welland Jackfish will have a base runner here. Tough one for Rainy Reyes.
Yeah, Rainey would probably be the first to tell you that he should have had this ball. Of course, we are familiar with the Bernie bounce. This infield can be very active at times. Reyes usually very sure-handed over there at third base, but that one did not take that little final hop that he was expecting in the Jackfish of a 2-out base runner.
And you see it from Reyes there. You know, that's not a lack of care. That's just the, all right, next play mentality. We've seen it on the other side of things when he's come through with big hits, big at-bats. You know, he's not necessarily the most evocative person in terms of the emotion he shows, and very much an even-keel guy, and you saw the reaction there. It's Smyber looking to continue the inning for the Jackfish. Well, Boone would love nothing more than to have it come to an end. 1 ball, 2 outs so far for Boone and the Cardinals in the top of 1 against Welland. That one is flared out to left field. Barrero making a playback on it. Tracks back a little bit, but doesn't require too much work. And that is a very quick 1, 2, 3, 4 inning for Owen Boone and the Cardinals. But the error by Reyes ends up not costing them. And now the Cardinals will look to get something going offensively. That's kind of a vintage Owen Boone inning if you want. He can run up the strikeouts like we've mentioned. He had 11 last time, but certainly doesn't need it. Can be an effective kind of pitch to contact guy as well.
Yeah, and if you're facing an offense in Welland that knows how to get bat on ball, you may as well try and use that to your advantage. Owen Boone's got 4 distinct pitch types. He knows how to work all quadrants. He's a big, high fastball guy, so you're not going to see many grounders, but a couple little harmless outs in the air for him in that first inning got things off to a good and efficient start.
Yeah, certainly a good and efficient start. Anytime you can retire the 4th batter of the game and have it be the end of an inning, pretty good way to talk about it. We're going to see the Welland Jackfish starter here, Ulysses Layer here. Now, Matt, you were giving me the primer on this guy. You want to talk unique arm slot, unique throwing motion. He may be the king of it in the CBL.
Yeah, so Euclides Layer out of El Sabo, the veteran from the Dominican Republic. He's in his age 35 season, missed some time earlier with injury. It's pretty straightforward with him. Low extension, low arm slot, sinkers, sliders, and changeups. Everything moves pretty horizontally. He's looking to jam the righties with the fastball, get some weak contact, and the Cardinals have luckily sent pretty much close to their most optimal lineup out against him here tonight.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at that lineup now. Of course, as often is the case, at least in the second half of this inning, Brandon Nichols going to get the party started, the shortstop tonight, followed by Carlos Dominguez in right, Darlin Herman at second, Tyler Duncan is the cleanup man in center field, Dario Barrero is your left fielder tonight, Jaden Brown will have the DH duties, Yomer Hernandez, as I mentioned, is behind the dish, Evan McGill still in the lineup, dropping down to the 8th spot and playing first, and Rainy Reyes is your third baseman tonight. He'll look to turn things over to the top of the lineup. Brandon Nichol coming up to the plate now. This has been, we have best described him, I think, this year as just he's your professional hitter's favorite professional hitter, is how it feels like it's gone for Nichol. Whether you need to get some bat to ball, whether you need to implement the hit and run, work a walk, hit for doubles, whatever you've kind of needed to do, Brandon Nichol's been able to do it for this team, and that's not even talking about all of the off-field defense, leadership stuff he's able to bring as well, Matt.
Yeah, I said on the broadcast maybe 3 weeks ago that Brandon Nichol had a semi-decent shot at a 400 season, and he was hitting around 375 at that point, and he woke up this morning after last night in Barrie with a 400 batting average, just one of 3 qualified hitters in the league to be at that mark right now. Just a pure hitter through and through.
Doesn't matter when, doesn't matter where, what league you're in, where it is, 400, pretty good number. Now, I want to keep note of something we just saw behind home plate there. The battle of the ball boys tonight. Normally Dougie is here all by himself. He's able to get every single ball, but no, Welland's got a ball kid in the mix tonight, so something we should keep some tabs on. Obviously the game, front and center here, Nichol hitting one hard, but it's right at the left fielder, and that is a quick out one that we see for Welland Jackfish here. Looking at how they're going to set things up defensively, we see that for Welland here, starting in the outfield, Daike Abe, Gianfranco Morello, and Justin Gideon across the outfield there. And we have James Smibbert, Brandon Luther, Jonah Weisner, and Ethan Mann across the infield. Well, your battery is Ulysses Layer, and Robert Mullen is the catcher tonight for Welland. That's how they'll line things up defensively, and what could very well be a pitcher's duel tonight with Boone and Layer on the mound. Here is Dominguez looking to give the Cardinals their first base runner or hit of the game. He'd love both, to be perfectly honest, and he watches ball one outside.
Speaking of pitchers' duels, Brent, the Cardinals found themselves in the middle of one last night with a thin 2-1 win over the Barrie Baycats. Carlos Dominguez, his 2-run homer in the 5th inning off of lefty ace Frank Garces providing the only offense the Cardinals got in that ballgame.
So we talked about the horizontal movement Layer's looking for there. The only problem is when the movement doesn't come, and Dominguez had to do a pretty good job ducking out of the way of that one there, but all of a sudden he finds himself in a pretty good hitter's count, and as you mentioned, for a guy with the pop that he has, pretty scary place for the Jackfish to find themselves early in the game. Squaring to bunt, and that one buzzes the tower again. I wonder if Layer kind of struggling with control a little bit early tonight. We know how much, those feel pitches can kind of come and go on a game-to-game basis. It's something to watch for with Layer, and you have to think the take is going to be on here given the way this at-bat has gone for Dominguez. He squares to bunt, but you think that was likely just to see what he was looking at there. Felt like it was a take all the way. You got Angel Guerrero on the inactive list. He's coaching first base, while the third base coach also there, but likely the signs coming from Guerrero here. Now one's hit into the outfield. Will it get in the gap? Going to be in a bit of a trouble spot, and they're not going to be able to get there. And Dominguez has got the first hit of the game for the Cardinals, and the first Cardinals base runner of the game here to lead things off, or to lead the offensive onslaught, hopefully, which brings up Darlin Herman to the plate.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of poetic justice there, Brent, for the Cardinals. Brandon Nichols starts the game off by hitting one on the screws. Unfortunately for Hamilton, hangs up for an out, and then Carlos Dominguez hits one right off the end of the bat. Weak little fly ball, and it drops in. So they probably deserve to be in the exact situation they are right now, maybe switched around a little bit, but regardless, man on first, one out. And Darlene Herman, who has had some big hits against the Welland Jackfish this year, stepping in.
Who says the baseball gods aren't real? Dominguez taking a healthy lead off first. We'll see how much Layer keeps tabs on him. The answer to that is none, and Herman puts one into center. That's going to allow Dominguez to turn. He'll get into third, and Herman standing on first, and the Cardinals got something cooking here in the bottom of one for the reigning Derby champ, Tyler Duncan. One-time MVP, reigning Derby champ.
Yeah, Darlene Herman is one of the best hitters in this league at just reaching out and getting to those baseballs away. The slider is such a huge part of Layer's game plan to right-handed hitters. That pitch bending away from Herman, but he just takes it and flicks his wrists at it. Drops it in for another line drive base hit. He is also a hitting machine. Two really good just contact and kind of versatile hitters at the top of the lineup here in Nickel and Herman. And now Duncan's got a chance to cash them in.
And Duncan's going to be able to cue one off the end of the bat. That's going to drop. That's going to easily score Dominguez. Duncan's going to kick it into second, and that'll allow Herman to get to third. The Cardinals take a 1-0 lead off a little bloop double from Tyler Duncan. That's exactly what you want. For Duncan, we talked about this, the patient approach. Maybe the power hasn't been there in the way he's wanted to, but if you're going to be able to bloop a double, and really couldn't have dropped it in any better a spot, exactly what the Cardinals needed to get things cooking here in a game that you could have easily seen coming up to be a pitcher's duel.
Yeah, Euclides Layer's got to be wondering what he did wrong, because a couple weakly hit balls there, but Tyler Duncan is able to stay on that one. The key against Layer, a guy who can really get those ground balls with that running fastball of his, just to try and get in the air any way you can, and the Cardinals have.
Yeah, certainly have. Part of my pregame routine is to stand on the field, like watching balls getting hit in the cage, try to have a feel for how they judge. I also like watching infield being taken. I saw 100 balls hit harder with a fungo tonight than I did there, and Barrero hits that one pretty hard up the middle. That'll score one, that'll score two, and the Cardinals continue to cook here in the bottom of one. Duncan and Herman coming across to score on the single right back up the middle from Dario Barrero.
Man, all Barrero has done since he's come to the Cardinals is mash right-handed pitching. Now, that one wasn't the loudest swing we've seen from him, but takes that ball right where it came from, taking advantage of kind of that wide open space in the middle of the infield there, and with two runners in scoring position, that is all you need.
We see the we see the catcher Mullen go out there to have a little talk with his battery mate. Probably just buying a breath, taking a blow. Remind him there's still plenty of baseball left. There's also still plenty of outs to get in this inning. They've just retired one Cardinal so far, and 3 runs have come across after Boone pitched a blank top of one here. This is exactly what you want. Really a dream start from the Cardinals' perspective. And now Jaden Brown comes up to the dish, the designated hitter tonight. Brown watching ball one. Lair really struggling with the command early in this one, and for a lineup that has had the ability to be patient at times like this Cards lineup has, especially as you get to the lower third of the lineup, you do wonder how much that will help them out as Brown swings over the top of our first strike one.
This has been a breakout year for Jaden Brown. Full stop. He's hitting .337, 5 homers, tying his total from last year. OPS up over 900. He's really rounded into form here this season.
Brown getting a hold of that one, putting it into center field. Will not be deep enough to advance, and Barrero makes his way back to first base. That's his second out of the inning for the Cardinals, which will bring tonight's catcher, Yomer Hernandez, to the dish.
Yeah, good to see Yomer in there. He had a bit of an injury scare last Sunday at London, went down in pain after a swing during batting practice. A little bit of discomfort in the rib area, but avoided anything serious with the shoulder. He was back in the lineup earlier this week. A sigh of relief for the Cardinals.
Do you think Luis Bernardo thought he was being pranked by Evan McGill when he was willing to capitulate the catching duties for even one day? Like, he's like, where's the camera? You guys aren't going to get me. I'm too smart. I've been around the game long enough. I mean, I joke, but McGill... good luck prying him out of there. We have seen him take balls in the hand late in games, and he doesn't want to come out. So I think telling of how important these games are at the end of the season, how much everybody wants to be ready for the playoff push, that Hernandez is behind the dish tonight. But obviously still want to keep McGill's bat in the lineup, especially against the right-hander, the way he's been swinging it this year. There's Lair working. And there we see Hernandez working a hitter's count here. He finds himself 2-1. It's Barrero on first. He drove in 2 Cardinals runs. That one buzzing inside. Hernandez not happy about it. This is at least 3 times we've seen a Cardinal nearly hit early in this game. I believe Dominguez was good for a couple, and then one on Hernandez there. Command specifically on the arm side, really giving Lair some trouble tonight. And Hernandez going to shoot that one into the gap. Barrero going to make a turn. He'll get to third. Will they push the issue and send him home? They will not. They will keep him there at third. And for the second time this inning, the Cardinals have runners on first and third, this time with 2 outs, and the rookie, Evan McGill, coming up. Man, it has been just great piece of hitting after great piece of hitting. Goes to show that, yeah, you want the hard exit velo and you want hard hit balls, but sometimes just putting them in the perfect place is just as useful, eh, Matt?
Boy, the Cardinals with another successful hit and run there too, Brent. All the line drives, like you said, but they have been on fire with the hit and run here in 2026, and this is going to bring up Evan McGill, who probably wasn't expecting to bat in the first inning. He supplied the only offense against Lair the last time the Cardinals saw him in Welland with the line drive screamer just over the right field wall for a solo home run at Welland Stadium.
Yeah, very, very different game script that Lair is dealing out this time. It's Hernandez on first. It's Barrero on third. The Cardinals have already driven in 3 runs here in the bottom of 1. McGill watching ball 2 outside, and again, just a good job by McGill of staying patient here. We'll take a look at Barrero and Yomer Hernandez, who have found their way to get on base in this inning. Just really great job by the Cardinals of passing the baton here. And McGill got the hitter's count, continues to be, despite fouling that one off. And it's 2-1 here for McGill. Feels like the Cardinals have faced a ton of lefties this season. You think guys like Duncan, you think guys like McGill have got to just be salivating. Oh, a right-hander. I thought this was supposed to be the norm in baseball, but it does feel like there's been just an outsized amount of lefty pitching the Cardinals have had to deal with this year. And McGill, great take there. Gets it to 3-1. See how McGill handles this situation here with a chance to drive in at least one if he gets find a way to touch some grass. Lair digging in. Here comes the pitch. McGill putting a good swing on it, but it'll go comfortably to the left fielder, Abe, which will finally retire things for the Welland Jackfish. 3 runs come across to score for the Cardinals there on plenty of hits, and Cardinals got to be feeling good about the offense tonight. Owen Boone's got to be feeling good about his run support. Do you want to feel good? Well, you should know that you can always get in on the 50-50 action, even if you're not at the ballpark tonight. Of course, you can get in on the action here in support of the Cancer Assist program. Scan our lovely QR code there, and you can be involved in the 50-50 raffle. Always a fun time here at the ballpark, but just because you're watching at home doesn't mean you can't be involved. As far as fun goes, I think the Cards are having a lot, and I think Welland's having a little early on in this one. I think neither team would have expected this to be the state of things after the first inning of this ball game. Hope, sure, but not exactly the way they would have expected. And yeah, a big, loud Cardinals home crowd tonight, certainly getting their money's worth in that first inning.
This might be the fullest I've ever seen Bernie Arbor Stadium, not including the school day games, Brent, in my time here. Rare to have both sets of bleachers totally packed, but you could tell early on there was just a different energy in the stadium about this game, and why not, right? It's a stretch run, huge ball game for both of these clubs. The grandstand was packed to the gills way earlier than it usually is. And what a start that they have been treated to here in this ball game for the Cardinals.
Food Fest night will help with that. I got to say, like,
Yep.
people are like, I heard there's food at a place. I better go down. They like baseball too, but who doesn't love a snack? With, like, literally buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. It's part of the song. Now, I got more than that here tonight, but this is part of the thing I have commended the Cards on all season long, having the ability to have different activations. And Owen Boone was feeling super activated in that first inning, working quickly, working efficiently. And that very much is the Owen Boone experience. You know, always tough to follow up an MVP season, and it felt like it took him and a little bit of time to get his footing, and maybe he was just overshadowed earlier in the year by what even a Frazee Sadames was doing and Hector Jan running up the strikeout numbers, but Owen Boone has really kind of settled into that MVP form as of late.
And I think the fact that we might be talking about Boone as having a little bit of an underrated season right after he won MVP just speaks to how massive the Cardinals' rotation has been this season. Hector Jan doing it last night in Barrie. Owen Boone tasked with a tough Welland lineup here tonight. Now facing the middle of the order, Brendan Luther starting things off. The beer batter.
Number 5 hitter, beer batter. So if the crowd seems a little extra invested in this one, that's why. It's hot. People are thirsty. Leave them alone. And who doesn't love watching a Cardinal strikeout? Again, hard to come by against, generally speaking, everybody in this Welland lineup. But here is Brendan Luther, who will start things off playing third base tonight. And Owen Boone, well, know he loves to work quickly. See him squaring for the bunt there. It's also known as a great way to steal a first pitch strike if you're not going to lay the bunt down.
I don't know if you're allowed to bunt when you're the beer batter. That might be cheating.
I do like that. I mean, it's a great way to get booed. I will assure you of that. You know, I've seen guys bunting late in, no hitters, perfect game situations, and the crowd doesn't like that. You bunt as the beer batter. People are not going to be happy. See how Owen Boone continues to be in attack mode here, and we are one strike away from a very, very happy crowd and pretty pleased Owen Boone. But I got to be honest, like, he wants all the outs. He'll take the outs, whatever form they come. There's exactly one way this crowd wants to see the outs come. And Owen Boone, I commend him on this. I'll talk about it all broadcast long. This guy wants to get the ball. He wants to grip it, and he wants to rip it. He works quickly and efficiently. We'll see if he looks for a waste pitch here ahead in the count, and having worked pretty efficiently already in this one. We see Luther stepping off, maybe trying to disrupt the rhythm of Boone there a little bit. Not a bad idea when Boone's been settling in the way he has. But we see the 0-2 count here. No outs in this top of 2. And Boone looking for it. Does not get the call on the edge of the zone there. But that's exactly the kind of pitch you want to throw when you find yourself in a pitcher's count like that. See if you can steal a strike on the outside. If not, put it in a spot where they can't hurt you. See Boone peering in over the dark brown tan glove. I don't know. Tan, brown, what's the difference really? Dealer's choice, I suppose. We see 43 Boone delivering there. That one in the dirt, not able to pick up the strike 3, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in a 2-2 count here as Luther is trying to work the count in his favor.
It's the first time, Brent, that the Welland Jackfish have faced the Cardinals without facing Hector Jan this season. The 4th matchup between these two teams. Jan started the previous 3. Now it's Boone's turn to check into the season series.
We'll see how he handles this here with the 2-2 pitch. And he picks up the strikeout. That's an invested crowd. That's a strikeout for Boone. The Cardinals throw it around the diamond, and that's a good way to start things off. You know, most teams would say, no Hector Jan, sign me up for that. The only problem is it's the reigning MVP lurking for you tonight. And we see Jonah Weisner leading it off at second. Daike Abe is your left fielder. Man at first. Smibbert, Luther, Gideon, Mullen, Barrett, and Morello will round things off here as the Welland Jackfish get to the lower half and the bottom third of their lineup here in this inning. And Owen Boone quickly working ahead in the count, picking up a strike 1 when we see Boone just battling here. And, you know, what is it about Boone that allows him to be so effective? I think one of the things that's been great about the Cardinals staff is they're all kind of doing it a different way, not just in terms of pitch mix, but also in terms of comportment and the way they kind of handle themselves on the mound. You know, Owen Boone and Hector Jan, maybe they go about their business slightly differently. Well, what is it that allows Boone to be so effective, Matt?
Well, I think you talk about kind of the composure, and Boone is definitely a pros pitcher. He's been there and done that. He's not really going to be fazed by too much on that mound. What I really like about Boone's game, though, especially as it pertains to his pitching strategy, is his willingness to just go up to that top rail with that heater. This is a league where most pitchers will make their hay by kind of staying away from people, but no, Boone wants to elevate that fastball. That's where the swing and misses, that's where the pop-ups are, and that's why he's been so successful.
Yeah, you rack up 11 strikeouts. I'd imagine you're going to knock on just about every door in the zone, but the high strike, the high fastball, obviously it can be playing with fire a little bit at times, but it can also be something that can be very effective, as it has been for Boone, and it was for much of his MVP season. Find ourselves with a 3-2 count here in the top of 2, 1 out for Boone in the Cards already. You mentioned that high. Now, that didn't look like the fastball. That looked like something off speed, but as Welland is wont to do, they work their walk here.
Justin Gideon, former Cardinal, he has been a thorn in Hamilton's side. 2 homers off of Hector Yan the last time these two teams met. He was the first man to take Hector deep in 2026. Had a real robbery of a catch there in right field in that ball game too, and then a nice plate appearance to draw a walk-off Boone.
Yeah, you also wonder for Boone, obviously, working with a different catcher than he's worked with at any other point this year. Obviously, Boone wouldn't lean on it as an excuse, and the way he's performed certainly wouldn't need one. But you do wonder how that will affect things. Now, we talk about Evan McGill, and of course, the ball finds him the second I start doing that, and he makes the play in foul territory over at first. Speaking of McGill at first, we'll see how the Cardinals line up. We'll talk about him in a second after we start in the outfield. It is Barrero, Duncan, and Dominguez across the outfield. Well, it's Reyes, Nickel, Herman, and McGill at first tonight, and then the battery, Yomer Hernandez and Owen Boone, that have worked so effectively for the Cardinals in this one. It's a couple of quick outs for Owen Boone, but for the second time, there is a base runner aboard for Welland. Of course, they got their lone base runner in the first inning off the ball that scooted through the wickets on Rainy Reyes. Healthy lead over there at first. Boone not really checking, just concerned on the batter at the plate, and why wouldn't he be? That would be the third out of the inning if he's able to take care of his business.
Well, the fact that the Welland Jackfish went out and got probably the best power hitter on the market at the trade deadline and have him hitting 8th.
Yeah, it is. It certainly shows how much these teams have loaded up. I mean, you see what the Cardinals did as well, obviously adding a lot. A guy like Barrero, not a trade acquisition per se, but him coming in and just been a thumper for this group, and Welland loading up in much the same way. We talked about the standings at the beginning of this game, the idea of how much there's been a logjam among those top teams, but there's even starting to be some separation now. It almost feels like the teams that were the busiest at the deadline knew they'd be in this position, and you see 2 of them here tonight, of course, with London leading the way right now in the CBL. Here's Owen Boone. The count is 2-1. Runner on first. That one is shot down the left field line, but it will hook, foul, and be unable to hurt the Cardinals. But man, that ball lands fair. That is a long way to go for Barrero to get to that ball. Runner on first in a bit of motion. That could have been big-time trouble spot if that ball landed in fair territory.
I swear when Barrett was a barnstormer, he had an exact double that looked pretty much just like that here. Seeing double for a second.
We'll see what happens here. Barrett digging in. He's got the little bit of Gary Sheffield rock to his swing. Owen Boone, high hands, working from the stretch. That one foul tip into the glove. Oh, Hernandez unable to hang on to it there. And that'll keep the count at 2-2. You do wonder what effect that has, and again, not that it's affected Boone, but just working with a different catcher, be it pitch sequencing. Obviously, these are all things you talk about, but it just adds another layer to it, and we see that actually not able to get a glove on it. That looked like it might have stung Hernandez there, but I don't know if you know this. Catchers are tough. They're also kind of crazy, but only kind of, and he's able to stay in the game there, as we've seen McGill. I'm sure he'll be giving him some ribbing about that's why I took the night off tonight. And again, his night off is working, just in a different spot. That one is golfed into right field. That is going to get fair. Runner in motion. That'll be trouble. Could very well, will likely score a run, and the run will come across to score. Into second, find the Jackfish, and all of a sudden they're on the board. Cardinals still lead, but the lead is cut to 3-1 now with the double.
Yeah, it takes a real skilled hitter to catch a 2-strike pitch from Owen Boone out front and pull it, but Barrett knew what he was sitting on that time, tucks it into the corner. The runner was in motion too, so scoring easily is Justin Gideon after getting that head start. And this Jackfish lineup, a 3-0 lead even in a big park, is not really safe at all with the way they can string hits together and just kill you to death on the bases.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the power numbers for these teams, it's not close. The Cardinals have, if not 10, close to 10 more homers than what the Jackfish have put up this year. So obviously they are going to look to string together hits, and obviously with a guy like Owen Boone, you look to limit that. Morello catching that one in off the hands. I promise you that didn't tickle, folks.
Like the 6 through 9 hitters in this Welland lineup, I would take over most top halves of the lineup in this league. There's no easy assignment here for Boone today.
Well, and that's how you build good deep lineups, right? Like, look at what the Cardinals have run out there. You have a guy in Evan McGill who was an all-star in this league as a rookie, and he's batting 8th for you tonight. Oh, wait, the guy batting 9th, also an all-star for you in this league in Rainy Reyes. So, yeah, certainly dangerous lineups up and down them for both these teams. That shouldn't be as a surprise with the teams with the second and third best records in the CBL this year. Boone running into a bit of trouble here, but he's 1 out away from getting out of it. And here comes Boone, delivering the pitch. That one is fouled back right at us, but caught by the net. And Dougie winning the battle with the ball boys there. Flying out, quick feet. You can't get him. You can't. Engaged young fella. And again, if you've watched any of the Take Flight documentary, a key player in there. Team loves having him around. He might love it even more, though. One of the awesome things about community baseball, not just the engagement there, but obviously a young man finding a way to be a part of this as well. Owen Boone would love to find a way to get out of this. It's an 0-2 count. Delivers a pitch just on the outside there. Looked like that had a little bit of arm side run. I don't know if that was intentional. That was a two-seamer, but it looked like a nasty pitch to try to get a bat on, that's for sure, especially for the left-hander.
And these Jackfish hitters know how to take pitches and work counts, though.
Let's see if Morello is able to stay patient here. Boone checking back. There it is. Get the tag down. That's extremely close. Throw just a little bit high. Got to imagine that sign came from Hernandez there as we saw Nickel break. There wasn't really even a check from Boone. So you imagine there's a drop in a glove or a squeezing of it. And yeah, we see it there from Hernandez. That is for a guy that has not caught a game for this team. That seemed to work pretty seamlessly. Obviously unable to get the tag down in time. It doesn't matter because he picks up a strike 3 swinging, and Owen Boone gets out of the jam. Does give up a run, but the Cardinals still continue to lead here as we are into the bottom of 2, while the Cardinals will look to keep things going here from an offensive perspective. And here we see the strikeout pitch from Boone, just getting some swing and miss there as he is wont to do. Again, 11 strikeouts last time out in a win against Guelph for Owen Boone. This guy has been able to be dominant with double-digit strikeouts. He's also able to be dominant along the way, and we see him talking with Hernandez there. Obviously a pretty comfortable pairing for Boone and a guy who's catching him for the first time this year.
Yeah, first time this year that those two have met, but again, Hernandez spending time with the Cardinals last season as their primary catcher pretty much from the second half of the season onward. And Yammer's CBL debut, he caught Owen Boone's no-hitter in Kitchener over there at Jack Couch Park. So those two kind of renewing pleasantries there as a battery. Yammer caught all of Boone's starts in the playoffs, including the series-clinching win Boone registered in Game 4 over the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers in Round 1. So, yes, definitely maybe something to look at in terms of how they can kind of get back on the same page after a long time, not being a battery together in this league, but the experience is there, and so far it's been useful.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that something like that would bond guys together, being part of a no-no, especially when it's your first game catching in the CBL. I'm curious to see what we see out of Lair here. This is a guy who struggled a little bit in terms of command in the first inning there. We do see not the world's most hey, go through your process, whatever it looks like. It's not exactly running it up there in the warm-up pitches to get things ready for the inning. Very casual here. We'll see if Lair can bounce back because I think you would have expected if he ended up with the line in the first inning throughout the entire game, I think that's something Welland could have reasonably expected. So we'll see if he's able to find it a little more, because seemed to be having some trouble with arm side location in that first inning.
Yeah, well, when you have a lot of pitches with horizontal movement, the command, in theory, would be a problem at times. Lair knows how to pound the zone with that running fastball of his, and that slider's constantly lurking in the shadows. So if it's too close to take, even if it's not a strike, that is a good thing for him. But yes, Lair entering play today in this one with a 1.53 ERA through 6 appearances, and 5 of them being starts this season. So definitely a little shock to his system there, that first inning was.
Yeah, not the way he would want to go about it at all, but got to feel pretty good if you're him that your team is able to get you one back here and you're not staring up at that goose egg for the next time you're out here. Rainy Reyes, the only way he's factored into this game was with the ball scooting through his legs in that first inning, but did not come around to harm the Cardinals, and he'll look to put a little damage on the Jackfish now. This is an all-star third baseman, Rainy Reyes, batting ninth tonight. Not a common spot for him in the lineup, and this has been one of the things about Luis Bernardo and his club, and I talked with him about this before the game as well. He has been unafraid to kind of mix and match and switch things up with the order depending on what he needs on any given day, depending on the righty-lefty of it all. He has really played around with all the toys in his toy box here, especially with all the additions the Cardinals made at the deadline and before the player acquisition deadline. You see Reyes just going to shoot one into the gap there. That'll allow him to get on base for the first time tonight and pass the baton to the top of the order where Brandon Nickel now comes up to the dish.
Again, Layer's a veteran. He's 35 years old. He spent 7 seasons in affiliate minor league ball and a ton more outside of affiliate minor league ball. But you can see the body language right now. He is starting to get frustrated. These are not hard-hit balls, but I think the Cardinals, again, are using his profile and the way his shapes kind of move to their advantage, trying to just, sometimes if you're a right-handed hitter like Reyes, you get a sinker on the inner half, your best shot is to inside out it, and Reyes can pull his hands in to a ball with the best of them. Nice piece of hitting to lead things off.
Yeah, very nice piece of hitting there, and Nickel watches, quite frankly, an easy take on ball one there to put himself in a bit of a hitter's count. Top of the lineup, doing plenty of damage in that first half of the inning, but it wasn't just the first couple of guys. It's been a thing about the Cardinals. They've done an excellent job of passing the baton this year. You do look at the way Layer has handled this lineup, and we see Nickel taking his signs here. We'll wonder what happens. Obviously, pretty smart hitter, pretty capable hitter to kind of execute whatever game plan you want. We know Bernardo has been unafraid to play for one run here, but we see Nickel very much swinging away here, and that's a couple of swinging strikes as he now falls behind 1-2.
Yeah, again, you see that slider. Such a huge portion of Layer's whole game plan against same-handed hitters. When you have to be conscious of that thing running in on you, sometimes it can almost hit you like we saw with Dominguez and Hernandez. The slider looks so appealing, and then it just darts away.
Looked pretty appealing for Nickel there. Not quite able to get all of it. Nabe will settle underneath that. That will send Reyes back to first, and that's the first out of the inning as it is a weak fly ball to left field that retires Brandon Nickel. Carlos Dominguez now coming up. We talked about the arm side control, maybe getting away from Layer a little bit in that first inning. Carlos Dominguez nearly the victim of that twice. He had a couple buzz him high and in before he ultimately was able to reach base.
And Dominguez showing bunt in that first at-bat, as he often does. This is just a fact. He loves to bunt. He likes doing it. He likes kind of catching the other team by surprise and flying down the line there at first base, but I'm not sure we'll see it here with one away and a man on first.
Yeah, the only problem with a guy like that bunting, and speaking of using the speed, Rainy Reyes trying to get a jump there, but that one is fouled back by Dominguez, so Reyes will make his way back to first. The only problem with a guy like Carlos Dominguez bunting, and that's fine, like love to bunt, use all the tools you have at your disposal. He's so strong. I like it when he swings the bat and hits balls hard and mashes. Obviously, time and place for everything. But that's the only problem with a guy like Dominguez who has all the tools that he does. When you have the speed tool, you want to use it. But you also have the thump. You want to use it as well. And there he leans on the thump, hooking one. That's going to drop just in front of Abe, and that'll advance the runner 90 feet. Reyes stands on first. Reyes stands on second. Dominguez stands on first. And the Cardinals got a little something going here in the bottom of 2.
Yeah, it can be a huge confidence booster to have the only home run in a big pitcher's duel in a game the Cardinals needed to win last night after their loss in Chatham on Tuesday, and I think Dominguez is playing with a little bit more of that confidence right now. Beautiful swing, pulling that ball. Again, it's not easy to pull balls necessarily against a pitcher like Layer. It can be an uncomfortable at bat, especially for the righties, but again, another good piece of hitting.
Yeah, very well done there. And we now see Herman taking ball 1 on the inside there. You want to talk about a guy with great bat-to-ball skills. I know you've mentioned that a lot from Welland tonight. This guy might lead the league in that trait. On the 20 to 80 scale, I don't want to know what it would be. Might be breaking it here because Herman has a tremendous ability to get bat-to-ball. And, of course, announcers jinx in full swing as he swings over one there to bring the count to 1-1. But this is a guy that just finds a way to get the bat-to-ball and kind of advance the runners, and you do wonder if they will use that at their disposal here as Herman watches ball 2 to bring the count to 2-1.
Herman is one of the only hitters in this league where if he's down 0-2, my confidence in a successful outcome for him as a hitter actually increases a little bit.
Yeah, and why wouldn't it, honestly? He does seem like a guy that you back him into a corner, he'll find a way to get out of it. And we see him take a low strike there. Crowd didn't love it. Herman maybe more accepting. You want to talk about guys that have been dinged up by pitches. He had that awful week-and-a-half, 2-week run where he was buzzed on the hand and then took the one in the face right before the All-Star break. And man, the announcer's drink's in full swing tonight. I'm trying to get him killed. I'm going to stop talking about that. But that brings the count to 3-2 here as he comes inside again, and we'll see how the Cardinals choose to handle this. But, man, Herman has been fighting it a little, almost as much as Layer has with arm side control tonight. We'll see what they do with the full count here. That one is deposited. Will it drop? Will not. That's a great diving catch. Runners are going to have to get back. They were flying on the play, and that's going to bring a double play, which will bring an end to the inning. That's got to frustrate Darlin Herman. He puts a good swing on the ball. Great catch, hit and run in play. No chance for Dominguez or Reyes there. And we are now through 2 innings here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Cardinals have a 3-1 lead. We'll be back right after these words from our friends at Armstrong.
Sometimes the littlest things can make the biggest difference. Like nature brightening your day. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong Bird Food. Feeding Cardinals since 1986.
Now we see the children, as they are always want to do here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium at the end of 2, running the bases here. Kids young, kids old. I see some parents snuck onto the field as well. And what a great way to spend your night here down in Hamilton on a Friday night. Beautiful weather. I am the guy who complains when it's like too hot in the dead of summer. This is a great night though. Got a little breeze whipping through. Last Friday, too hot, too muggy. Tonight it's just great, and you can see the kids are enjoying themselves out here, much like the Cardinals are enjoying what is a 3-1 lead through 2 innings here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. We're seeing a couple of different meetings of the mind here. Infield's hanging out, outfield's hanging out. Owen Boone's getting ready to do his work, and Owen Boone would love nothing more than to pick up where he left off in that first inning. Obviously, first run of the game for Welland coming across in the second.
Yeah, the makings of a 2-out rally for the Jackfish. The RBI double by Grayson Barrett with Justin Gideon running from first, getting them on the board here in this one. And again, that's kind of how they do things. They really bulked up in the power department by adding Barrett at the deadline. But again, this is a lineup that thrives on just suffocating you with hits and stolen bases. And before you know it, you've given up a string of line drives, and they've got a 5-run inning. So, again, Owen Boone is going to have his hands full. He's facing them for the first time this season. Comes to mind a very nice outing he had against Welland at Welland Stadium in July of last year, out-dueling Teodoro Ortega, who is currently on the injured list. That was a fantastic battle between 2 really good pitchers that game. The Cardinals coming out 3-2 in that one, and when Boone is pitching against Welland, the Cardinals are going to hope that they can keep that league best offense at bay here, like you said.
Yeah, it is an interesting feature of this league that even with the expanded schedule and playing more games, you will be fairly deep into a year, and you might not have seen one of the high-end starting pitchers in this league, a guy like Owen Boone. They're certainly getting a front seat view at it tonight, and Boone will look to continue what's been a pretty solid start so far. As you mentioned, such a double-edged sword with the idea of a team that doesn't strike out, makes you kind of want to fill up the zone a little bit. Obviously, you're probably not going to get them to expand too much, but if they're going to go ahead and add power like this Welland team did, that could be a scarier proposition than maybe it was before the deadline.
Yeah, but the other thing, too, with trying to fill up the zone against them is that they're so good at getting bat on ball, and they're right there, folks, is the predicament that pitching staffs have been dealing with and why the Jackfish have been the best offense here in 2026.
Certainly is. We'll see how Boone handles that, and he handles it by throwing a first pitch strike. He says, pipe down, Matt. I'm filling up the zone. That's what we're doing here tonight. Owen Boone, number 43, reigning league MVP, working against the Jackfish here. And that one in the zone again. Awkward hop, but McGill takes it with ease, and that is a quick first out for Boone. Talk about it all the time. You know, as the season gets busier and busier, deeper and deeper into the year, maybe you want to push your starters just a little bit more. And obviously, we're far from the discussion about when you're pushing guys, but being able to pick up quick outs like that, just a couple of pitches, and Boone's already got one out here, could bode well for him and the Cards as this game goes on.
Yeah, sure would. And you see Evan McGill checking into the game, making his first play there at first base. Being a catcher, you have all the confidence in the world in him to be able to pick those weird bounces off the dirt. But even so, Evan was here quite early this afternoon doing a lot of extra work with Luis Bernardo and Pedro Perez and the coaching staff, kind of getting a feel for first base. He's never played it at home this season, and a nice first play there.
It was actually really nice of the baseball gods to kind of ease him into the game because he had the pop-up in fair or foul territory. But that feels like a play he's made all the time. He takes off the mask, he gets the glove up, he finds it. That was a little different than the job he's been tasked with this year. We see Owen Boone working here. That brings the count to 2-1 after he misses outside. Rainy Reyes playing with his feet just on the edge of the grass in at third. Otherwise, pretty standard setup. Not really much of a shift from the infield or outfield aside from Reyes being in at third for Abe. You think protecting against a bunt possibility there. And Abe is going to shoot one over to left field, but it looks like it'll drop and just foul. But once again, you want to talk about trouble. Barrero doing a good job to hustle over there and get to that ball, ultimately unnecessary. But man, if that drops, that's another trouble spot there. Luckily no runners on base, so likely couldn't hurt you quite in the same way.
Yeah, even though there's a lot of lefties in this Welland lineup, we saw it there with a close foul ball by Barrett earlier. Dario Barrero is going to have to be on high alert because they know how to take the ball the other way, kind of shoot doubles toward that left center field area.
And you see him do it again. We also see as the at-bat has gone on. What a catch by the fan.
Wow.
That was an exceptional one-hand lefty grab. Gentleman in a tan ball cap there, white on the front, little tan brim. That I just would like to put everyone on the diamond on high alert. That might be the best catch we see tonight. Exceptional job. That's just cat-like reflexes. Athletes on and off the field here in Hamilton. So that one's hit to Herman, quickly makes the play. And McGill is made a couple of outs here in the third inning for Hamilton as they look to keep Welland at bay. I'm a sucker for that. Guy in the stands making a great grab. Even had to go over the railing a little bit. I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, just no regard for the railing next to him. He tracked that ball the whole way. Nicely done.
Matt, you do some analytics work for the Cards. I don't know. You might have to go dig up that guy's baseball reference page. Maybe he's got a little left in the tank there. I don't know. Do a little scouting. Owen Boone looking to continue things here as he finds a first pitch ball that he'll now have to work of. He does have the righty-righty matchup, one of the few righties in the lineup for Owen tonight. And we'll see this one flared out, and that's going to go to Dominguez. Easy catch made by Dominguez. Very, very different than the one we saw earlier. Excellent job by the Cardinals. Excellent job by the Cardinals faithful. And the Cardinals continue to lead 3-1 as we go to the bottom of third here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Owen Boone working efficiently, and the Cardinals offense looking to continue what was a very effective bottom of one for them as we go to the bottom of three. And let's give some credit to the guy. There is our man. He's there in the no free ads, but a beer hat there. And wonderful, wonderful play by him. You know what he's doing right there. He's like, I don't know if you saw. I just reached out. It was no big deal. That's lazy Sunday morning stuff for me. I don't know what we're getting all excited about. He's right here. This is it. He's leaning over the fence. That's the hand he caught it with. Man, is he going to sign it? What's going on here? Oh, is he being told they're talking about him? Always love that. Great job by the camera crew seeing that finding him in the stands because excellent work by him. Excellent work by the camera crew as well. And the Cards will hope that they can continue some excellent work. Lair probably would like the opposite to go. It has not been his best tonight, but did find a way to kind of bounce back after a rough bottom of one for the Jackfish starter.
Yeah, and the bottom of the second looked like it could have been dangerous. Maybe another crooked number for the Cardinals, but with the hit and run play on, first and second, one out, Justin Gideon, full extension, beautiful diving catch in right field. Again, not the first extra base hit robbery he has had against the Cardinals this year, and once he made that catch, the runners were so far gone, there was no chance to avoid the double play, so Lair might have to tip his cap to his defense there, but he got out of it without the deficit getting any worse, so a big opportunity here for him to throw up his first convincing 0 of the evening here.
Yeah, not an easy task to start things off with. It is Tyler Duncan again, probably salivating at the thought of a righty here, or hasn't dealt with many of them this year, at least not on Friday nights here at Bernie Arbor. And this is a section of the order that can do plenty of damage. Obviously, you got Duncan, multi-time home run derby champ in the CBL, and Dario Barrero, just a mountain of a man lurking in the on-deck circle. You'll see the two of them in this inning, and Lair starts things off with a first pitch strike. Duncan takes. See Duncan digging in there, white arm guard, white arm sleeve on his right arm, lead arm for him. You really could see the movement on the secondary pitches that Lair's going to throw there. I mean, it just felt like the plane the ball moves at, obviously high and easy take for Duncan, but you could see how tough that can be for the Cardinals hitters. That one again drifting off to the arm side. It's been a bit of a bugaboo for Lair here tonight.
And just a good example there of how a pitcher's arm slot can kind of naturally dictate the way things move. That slider for a guy with a lower release point like Lair often ends up looking like the sweeper, the pitch that took over MLB a few years ago.
That one fighting it off is Duncan. That'll bring the count to 2-2 for the Cardinals center fielder and cleanup hitter. Again, pretty standard defensive setup here from Welland, not really shifting Duncan much at all in the outfield, slightly to pull things to right, obviously, and then a pretty standard defensive setup here in the infield as Lair looks to pick up his first out of the inning. And once again, you see the off-speed sweeper, curve, slider, whatever you want to call it, does not throw it for a strike, and that brings the count full for Duncan. It's one of my favorite things. You know, I've spent a lot of time around baseball talking with a lot of different people. It's always my favorite thing when we get into the semantics of what a pitch is called, is Duncan works a walk there, and he'll get on base to continue the inning for Dario Barrero. It really is at a certain point. It's like, call it whatever you want. It's moving one type of way. What's the difference between a slider and a sweeper? What's the difference between a cutter and one of those as well? You know, really a little bit of arm slot, and I also think the way guys use it. Some guys are just particular about these things. They like them called different things, but it's always one of my favorite little pedantic debates in baseball circles.
And you'll read interviews with Major League pitchers, and some guys really care what you call it, but some guys really don't. It's kind of funny.
Oh, look what I found. Lair gets that one. Duncan hung out to dry, didn't really have much of a chance. Barrero hitting one that looked very similar to the single he ripped to drive in a couple of runs in the first inning, but Duncan is doubled off, and for the second time, Welland's in as many innings, Welland is able to turn a quick 2, and Lair, the way his night's gone, probably feeling pretty good about that one.
Oh, yeah, another super unfortunate double play for the Cardinals on a ball in the air, and the second consecutive one that was really no fault of the base runners at all. That ball caught Lair, to be clear, and really tough to have the inning kind of turn this way. Jaden Brown looking to keep it alive, but that was some loud contact for Barrero.
He's going to chop that one to the second baseman. Not a difficult play, and he'll throw a strike to first, and that retires the side. A bit of bad luck for the Cardinals, but they got a bit of a lead as well. We are here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium, Cable 14, Friday Night Baseball. It's Brent Gunning and Matt Creeley. We'll be back for more after this. Owen Boone will be on the bump for the Cards. We'll be back after this.
Go on, he's waiting for you. Go. Just go just this one time. He's a nice guy. He's not gonna hurt you.
Human trafficking doesn't always look violent. It often begins with trust, pressure, and debt. If something feels wrong, it is. You're not property and you're not payment. Get help. Don't want to call police, teacher, or their parents? Fear not. Crime Stoppers is your answer. Anonymous and safe, always. 1-800-222-TIPS or crimestoppershamilton.com.
Hamilton is a city best understood from the street, and today we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety, and the city he has spent a career serving. Buckle up.
Welcome back here to Burning Arbor Memorial Stadium. Owen Boone and the Cardinals leading things so far against Welland. 3-1 is the score here as we head into the fourth inning. In terms of what the import of this game is, it's a big one. There's not going to be many small ones between Welland, London, Hamilton, Guelph, Brantford, a lot of those teams right there packed in the mix, and we will continue to talk about that all night long. We do see a little bit of traffic up in the Welland bullpen. Pedro de los Santos up playing catch, so we'll keep tabs on that. Obviously, Ulysses Lair not having maybe the start he wanted to, but really kind of finding his footing here, so could be curious timing. We'll also see what the plan holds for Welland tonight, but in terms of the pitchers we're concerned with right now, it is Owen Boone, number 43, on the bump in the Cardinals Retro Reds tonight, and he picks up a strike one to start things off at the top of 4 here. Really unfortunate last half inning for the Cards there. I mean, Barrero smokes a ball, might be the hardest hit ball we've seen tonight. Could not have hit it any more squarely into the glove of Lair, and then Duncan doubled off. That was the first and second outs of the inning and just really kind of put the Cardinals on a back foot. You want to talk about bad luck? We saw it there in that last half inning.
But putting the fortunes for the Cardinals aside there, glad to see the ball hit Lair's glove and not anything else of him.
Yeah, that's a really good point there. That one is flared out to Barrero, has to run back, reach over his head, but makes the catch, and Owen Boone picks up another quick first out of an inning. Feels like it's becoming a bit of a pattern for him. Pretty good one to set up if you want to have a game that begins that can be working lengthy for Owen Boone here. Now we do see the beer batter coming up here. This is Luther. This is also the second time he's appeared tonight. The first time, Boone sat him down. So we'll see if this crowd's feeling thirsty again. I've talked about this as well, if I could do sports fashion for 5 seconds here. There's no bad jerseys that the Cardinals wear. There's really not any bad jerseys in the CBL, as that one is tapped right to Rainy Reyes. It will not be a strikeout, but it will be a quick out, and Owen Boone's working very efficiently here in the top of 4. Love these Welland jerseys, great shade of green. Obviously, not holding a candle to these Cardinals throwbacks, but and I do love the different jerseys we see in the CBL. They all have like a little bit of a different feel. You got the really old school ones that I think of with like a Chatham Kent, the Barnstormers rolling through. This is very much on the other side of things, about as new school as it gets from the Jackfish, but pretty cool unis in their own right. And that one, Gideon showing bunt here, and Owen Boone says, how about not? As that one goes high and inside. That'll be ball 1 for Boone. A lot of showing bunt in this game. You mentioned it from Dominguez, loves to bunt. We've also seen it quite a bit from the Jackfish tonight. There's Boone low, unable to pick up the first strike of the at-bat. He falls behind. The count is now 2-0.
I feel like I said this last time, Brent, but this green Welland, red Hamilton jersey matchup is probably my favorite in the league.
We like contrasting colors, nothing wrong with a little color and white, but 2 different colors. Absolutely love that. I think you're right to point it out. Also, just while I'm talking jerseys, I know the Cards wore them relatively recently. The Birds baby blues are exceptional as well. Again, no bad options for the Cards here. As Owen Boone, that one, catching the outside there. I think he's going to feel pretty fortunate with that one, but it brings the count to 2-2 for Boone. Love to get out of this inning here after picking up a couple of quick outs against the Jackfish. Boone rearing back and delivering. 2-2, bouncing in the dirt, and that'll get away from Hernandez. And Dougie, no fair. He's not going to have a chance at that one, as it basically ends up right in front of the Welland dugout there.
Yeah, you see Gideon shaking his head after that call on 2-1, but if you are in and around the zone like Boone is, you're going to get those calls more likely than not.
It is remarkable. You throw strikes and you work quickly, and whether they want to be or not, umps just seem to be predisposed to you. And we'll see what Boone will do here with a full count at 3-2 and 2 outs in the inning. That one is hit hard to McGill. Diving stab. He's going to say, I'll take it myself, and that is a quick 3 up, 3 down for Owen Boone and the Cards. Great diving stab by Evan McGill. I don't know. I know he likes catching. He better be careful. They're looking pretty good over there at first base tonight. And honestly, diving plays like that, they might try him out at third. Evan McGill really showing off the defensive versatility. And we'll see the great play made here And those sometimes it's almost easier when it's a play you have to get full extension on. You have no choice but to extend the arm all the way. Think of it like a golf shot, right? If you can just rip it as hard as you can, sometimes a little easier than having to take a little something off. And McGill doing a great job of kind of drawing the glove back into his body there. That's a great play by McGill.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it's only his second time playing first base this season with a play like that. McGill doing a great job to smother that ball. You saw Gideon was geared up for a pitch in the zone on 3-2. He got one. He caught it out front. He hit it hard, but he kept it on the ground, and McGill did him one better.
So we did mention there is somebody playing some catch. The throwing appears to intensified a little bit, but lo and behold, here is Ulysses Lair that is still in the game for the Jackfish. And can't say I'm overly surprised. You know, maybe the eye test wouldn't match it up, but he's got 2 successful innings here after giving up 3 in the first inning of this game. Yeah,
Euclides really saving his pitch count there, getting helped out by those 2 double plays, the most recent of which he was right in the middle of that ball. Again, Brent, you know I love to play eyeball StatCast up here. Maybe 110 off the bat from Dario Barrero straight into the glove, and Tyler Duncan was simply a deer in the headlights at that point through no fault of his own. Owen Boone doing a really nice job, though, to work quickly in that top half of inning number 4, really getting the Cardinals offense back up there. And why wouldn't you? They've been squaring up the ball. The bats are hot. You want them to kind of keep a hold of whatever momentum they have against Layer here, and an opportunity to hopefully not hit into an unfortunate line drive double play for the 3rd straight inning, Brett.
I don't know if people are making garage bands anymore. Like, I don't know if that's still a thing, but Eyeball StatCast is either a great name for a band or an album. I can't decide, but it feels like it fits for one of those.
If I were to ever rediscover my once very quickly held dream of starting a classic rock band, that would be on the finalist.
You got the look for it. Don't give up the dream. Don't give up the dream. You got the look for it. Yeah, Eyeball StatCast. I don't know. It sounds like something the Dropkick Murphys should work into an album. If they're still putting them out, who knows? We see a big swing and a miss from Yomer Hernandez to start things off here, as we will see 7, 8, and 9 in this inning. It's Hernandez, McGill, followed by Reyes in the 9 hole there, and McGill fresh off making a diving stab to end things in the top of 4 for the Cardinals. It's 3-1 here against Welland in a big, big game. With a win tonight, the Cardinals would move into a tie for 2nd place in the CBL with the Jackfish. Of course, with a win, Welland would add a game to the 1-game lead that they currently hold on the Cards. Everybody's chasing London as we're in the big playoff push here. Cardinals pretty firmly in a top 5 spot. They'll love to be in the top 5. That gets you in the playoffs. You'd really love to be in the top 3. That guarantees you a series. And Hernandez able to foul one off to stay alive here.
And I believe the magic number is 2 for the Cardinals today here, Brent. So I'm not sure. I don't think it's – don't quote me on this, but I took a quick look at the standings before the game. Not sure they're going to be able to clinch a playoff spot even if they win here tonight, but should be hopefully wrapped up by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, you'd love to see that, the magic number of 2. You'd love to see them change that to it's just magic, as we see Evan McGill coming up here. Hernandez striking out for the first out of the bottom of 4. Evan McGill, again, playing first base tonight, also being dropped in the lineup. You know, I don't think that's a factor of anything that's been going on with him. It's more just about the bats that have been added and guys getting hot at the right time for this Cardinals team. Having a bat like McGill in your 8 hole is certainly a luxury that most teams don't have. But as we've seen on the other side of things, the 8 hole hitter for Welland and Grayson Barrett, pretty dangerous in his own right. So this might be, you know what, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say this is the best 8 hole hitting matchup we'll see in the CBL this year.
Probably.
Yeah, it seems like a very safe call on my part. So McGill shoots one foul there to run the count to 0-2.
Laird doing a good job getting ahead of hitters so far here this inning.
Obviously, with all of the off-speed, with all the movement that is being used by Lair, maybe the lefties at a bit of an advantage tonight. With the righties, obviously have to deal with a lot of that breaking stuff coming kind of right across the face, if you will. McGill watching that one skirt all the way to the backstop, and that brings the count to 1-2. Already 1 out in this inning as Yomer Hernandez, tonight's catcher, struck out, and there's another strikeout for McGill, and all of a sudden, Don't let him get comfy, folks. Lair really settling into this game after a very rocky start.
Yeah, pretty shocking given the quality of the batted balls the Cardinals had in the 2nd and 3rd innings that they have not added on to this lead, but that's not how it worked out for them, and now all of a sudden 2 strikeouts to start the 4th. This is certainly what Lair was looking for.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll see if Reyes can extend the inning a little bit. After a couple of quick at-bats, you'd even love to just kind of see him see a few pitches here, make Lair work in this inning, because as efficient as Boone's been, it's been, efficiency by luck the last couple innings, but the exact opposite of what you've seen here, and they won't bother checking there after Rainy Reyes. I would classify that as thinking about waving at it, is what he did there. And that brings the count to 1-1 for the Cards' third baseman. More of a committed swing that time. They do check, and it is a strike one on Rainy Reyes there. It's not a confident swing, and you talk about a guy that has all of the movement coming from that right-hand side for a righty hitter. You could see a little bit of the uncomfortability for Reyes there. And that brings the count full here, to 2-2 for Rainy Reyes as he looks to pick up the first base runner of the inning for the Cards here. That one will be flared weakly into the outfield. Could be in a bit of a trouble spot, though. And the catch is made. What a grab. Second time we've seen it tonight from the Welland Jackfish right fielder. Diving catch. This time he doesn't need the double up, but that picks up the third out of the inning, and that's a wonderful, wonderful piece of defending. And Lair helping himself out and then getting some help from his defense, but the Cardinals still continue to lead 3-1 after 4 innings here. And we'll check out the replay of that catch here. Just an incredible, incredible job. You see the jump that he had to get on this ball. He's the only one who's getting there. Second baseman, I imagine he's called off the way he kind of backed off from that ball. But that is a tremendous diving catch by Gideon to find a way to get his glove under the ball there.
Well, we still got the rest of this one and then 2 more games between the Cardinals and Jackfish in the season series here, Brent. But I am sure Hamilton is already completely sick of Justin Gideon out in right field. The quality catches that he has made, stealing extra base hits, stealing blue hits, as you saw right there. He's been a positive addition to the Jackfish on both sides of the ball this season, making his presence felt there out there in the corner.
We got to look at Darlin Herman yucking it up. I don't know if he's laughing at the Goman's Appliances promotion we got going on where the fridge is running and the children are trying to catch him. I don't know if he's laughing because how did he catch that from Justin Gideon? But whatever it is, the Cardinals still have a 3-1 lead. But man, defense really bailing out Welland tonight, whether it's the 2 diving catches we've seen by Gideon, whether it's Lair on the play on the comebacker there. If they don't have the defense they have tonight, this game could be out of hand in a hurry.
Yeah, it sure could, and it just goes to show even when your veteran guy out there who's been having a fantastic season doesn't have it on the mound, and you haven't been able to do much off Boone yet, you're still in a ball game. And again, that's just one of the many things that makes the Welland Jackfish such a tough opponent. The things that phase the rest of the league don't really phase them.
As always, we love to say thanks to our friends at Rawlings, and let's do that now.
We got another dance party coming up after the dance.
My first professional glove, that's the one I remember the most. When I was coming up, even though it wasn't that long ago, having your name on a glove was a big deal.
And here is the catcher for the Jackfish, Mullen, stepping to the dish to kick things off in the top of 5 here, Owen Boone. Owen Boone here picking up a first pitch strike. And yes, Owen Boone, somebody who's been working very, very quickly, very efficiently in this one. And, you know, the Jackfish haven't been able to get to him, haven't had the hard hit balls that you've seen from the Cardinals' perspective. But you would really, really like, if you're Welland, to kind of start getting to Boone, because the thing about good pitchers, they're scary at any time in the game. But don't let them get comfy in a game. And it does feel like that could be what's happening for Boone here in this one. There is a swinging strike for the Cardinals starter tonight, number 43, big right-hander, working efficiently here in the top of 5.
Robert Mullen, the playoff MVP of 2025, as Welland took home their second Dominico Cup last September.
Yeah, Welland have very much become a force in this league here, and Hamilton would like to join those ranks. With a win tonight, Matt, you were telling me first winning season since, I believe, what did you say, 2019?
2019, yeah. They were 20-16 that year. That was back when then IBL was a 36-game league.
Yeah, very, very different. And anytime you can lock that up this, again, not early in the season, but still with plenty of action left, you would love, love, love to do so. The count sits at 3-2 for Boone on the first batter of the inning here. Welland very much looking to get something going. The Cardinals would love nothing more than to keep him at bay. Here is the big righty with the 3-2 pitch. That one is skied mile high. Boone's pointing right up. Hernandez is looking to find it, and he does so. Evan McGill, that ball was calling to him like a siren song. This is normally yours, come get me. He's just there providing a little extra assurance. And, man, you want to talk about a tricky night sky. I just take a peer up there myself right now. And we've seen this before with other teams that maybe don't play here as often. Obviously, Hernandez is familiar with the park, but refamiliarizing himself. The night sky right around this kind of 8:30, 9 o'clock window, it can get pretty tricky here at Bernie Arbor. But great play by Hernandez to track that one down and pick up the first out of the inning.
Yeah, those.
And here we see Boone digging in, and you want to talk about it. Pretty skies, pink skies, if you will. And Owen Boone delivering. That one is fouled off, slashed away. Absolutely picturesque night here in Hamilton. And, yeah, the pink just kind of peering over the tree line here. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful night in Hamilton, and it'd be a beautiful night for the Cards to pick up their first winning season since 2019. Here is Boone trying to deliver the strike, unable to do so. That brings it to 2-1. And you talked about this with Welland. If you're going to pitch, it can be a scary game, but you don't want to nibble around the edges either because they are unafraid of being a patient offense. We've seen that in spades. And Boone doing a good job of finding the zone there. I don't know what part of it he clipped, but he must have got some of it, and that brings the count to 2-2.
Yeah, a couple pitches right and around the inside corner for Barrett. Wonder if that sets up something away.
High instead, but that'll bring the count full. And Barrett, of course, with an excellent job in his first at-bat of the game, a ripping one to right field there. We'll see if he's able to activate those hands again. Boone would love nothing more than to keep it quiet. Here comes the 3-2 pitch again from Boone. And goes to the high cheese. You've talked about him loving it, and Barrett did not. That's a great piece of pitching by Boone to rack up another strikeout in the second out of the inning for the Cardinals here.
Yeah, it feels like that was the exact kind of pitch Boone was looking to execute on 2-2, and that time he just put it in a much better spot. Wanted to make things a little more uncomfortable for Grayson Barrett after the good 2-strike swing he had in his last at-bat. You see here just full extension from Boone, blowing it by him. That's a scary game face, too, by the way.
I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it was almost, I feel like a little finger gun was poking out there from Boone. Got him, and that's going to be a tough play for her mom, but he's able to make it, fire a strike over to first, and Evan McGill and the boys are flying off the diamond after a quick inning from Owen Boone. Racks up a strikeout in there and keeps it scoreless, or at least in that frame for Welland. It is 3-1 here, heading to the bottom of 5 for the Cardinals as they look to get back onto an offensive bent here. They haven't been able to really get anything going since the first inning, but it hasn't been a fact of non-hard hit balls. There have been tremendous catches by Gideon and a great double play turned by Layer, the starting pitcher for Welland tonight. We'll see if the Cardinals can continue to find some hard contact, because if they do, you'd imagine they can't continue to be this unlucky in one baseball game.
No, you wouldn't. And when you look at things inning by inning for Euclides Layer so far this evening, pretty bizarre, but here we are going top 5. He has thrown exactly 60 pitches, so an average of 15 per inning. That's right where you want to be. And yeah, he would rather have not given up 7 hits to this point. The Cardinals could easily have more too. And 3 runs, he's not happy with that either. But again, from an efficiency standpoint, after where he was following that first inning, this is not a bad spot at all for Euclides Layer to be. We saw the veteran lefty Pedro de los Santos warming up in the bullpen. The Jackfish bullpen is now quiet. Cardinals offense is going to look to get it up and running again, though, here bottom 5.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want if you're a starting pitcher. You know, you don't want the warm-up going on in the bullpen, but if there is one and you can Matumbo that and say, not needed yet, pretty good place to be. And that's exactly what Layer has been able to do. Again, if you're the Cardinals, you would think process over results, and it's a little easier to think that way when you put up a 3 spot in the first inning and you continue to lead things here. But if they're able to have the hard contact that they've had the last couple innings, you imagine it'll be more successful. It'll be the shortstop Brandon Nickel leading things off for the Cards here.
The shortstop, number 7, Brandon Nickel.
This is the leadoff man. Of course, he started the ball game. The first inning of this game, a very, very effective one for the Cardinals as they were able to string some hits together. Obviously, Cardinals not shy to lean on the long ball as well, but looking to string together some hits. They'd love to do that as well. There is Nickel watching ball one to start off this inning. See how deep Lair works into this one. Again, as you mentioned, De Los Santos was up earlier in the pen. Nickel able to get a hold of one, driving it pretty deep to left field, but Abe tracking back and catches it just before the track. Left field there, the play made by Abe. Left field's been a bit of a hot zone tonight. We saw the great play made there. And then I wanted to draw attention to these three Cards fans that we see. They are here at every Cardinals game, taking in the action. That is their designated spot. They've claimed it. You can't have it. And this is the beautiful thing about the folks here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Love, love, love having all the people inside and outside of the park tonight. And, of course, love having you watching us on Cable 14. You mentioned Dominguez loves to bunt. I don't know that that's how he drew that one up. Popping it out. Lair might have had a play on it. Allows it to drop. And then talk about a Cardinals bounce scooting right away from the third baseman. And all of a sudden, Dominguez finds himself on first. If the bounces weren't going their way, that one very much did, because I guarantee you Dominguez would not have called that one of his better bunts.
Yeah, Dominguez cannot be happy with the pop-up right there, but as luck would have it, just in a perfect spot. Even if that ball didn't take that weird bounce you see kind of almost 90 degrees to the right of James Smybert, it would have been a tough play even had he come up cleanly with that one, because the pop-up, obviously not hard off the bat, it's a bunt. And he had the speed to beat it out, and he's got the speed to steal as well.
That one's going to scoot into center field. Dominguez is going to continue to push it. There will be no throw, so Dominguez, after a bunt that he didn't love, one pitch later finds himself standing on third, and the Cardinals have a chance to do a little damage here with three-hole hitter Darlin Herman up and Carlos Dominguez standing at third with just one out.
Yeah, if you're a catcher looking for a caught stealing, you want the ball on the outer half of the plate, but this one a little low, maybe crossed Robbie Mullen up a little bit, and he yanks the throw to the near side of the second base bag, and into center field it goes, and that's an easy extra 90 for Dominguez.
That looked like a Lair impersonation from the first couple innings we saw with just the arm side leak. You just saw it kind of shoot off to that side, and all of a sudden the complexion of this inning changes in a big way. You go from having to string together hits to just finding a way to get something deep to the outfield, and you'd imagine with Dominguez's speed they'll find a way to score. And talk about what Herman does, professional hitter, gets that one to Abe. Will it be deep enough? They're going to send him. In comes the throw, but Dominguez will stand up, and that makes it a 4-1 Cardinals lead on the RBI sac fly from Darlin Herman.
I feel like a broken record, Brent, but I've said it 100 times. I'm going to say it again. Runner in scoring position, less than 2 out. There is no one I'd rather have up at the plate in that situation than Darlene Herman. He is just so good at understanding what is expected of him in those situations. And we mentioned the bat to ball. Easy bet to put one into the outfield there and execute. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, he didn't want to wait around. First pitch, all right, let's do this thing. And there it is. And Dominguez is standing home. And you're right to point out, like, a lot of good options on this Cardinals team, but none better than that. They have a guy hitting 400, and he's not the best option to do it on this team. Darlin Herman certainly is, and we'll see if Duncan can extend things here. It is an 0-1 count on Duncan. Fouls that one off to bring the count to 0-2 on the Cardinals center fielder, number 5 cleanup hitter. I think I've shared this fact on air as well, but I don't play favorites. I am a professional broadcaster, but in my house, my son's favorite Cardinal, Tyler Duncan. And here is Duncan looking in. It's an 0-2 pitch, and he swings over the top of it. That is a strike 3, but not before the Cardinals get one more on the board. They extend the lead back to 3 here. Darlin Herman chasing in Carlos Dominguez. And we are here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium for another date between Welland and Hamilton. They're all going to be huge, just like tonight's is. Owen Boone will trot back out to the mound, and we will be back for more after this on Cable 14 Friday Night Baseball.
The Frontline returns Friday at 6:30 right here on Cable 14. I'll be sitting down with the chiefs of fire, paramedics, and police, and from time to time, some special guests to educate and inform you of what's going on in our city. Make sure you join us on Cable 14 or cable14.com, again, Friday at 6:30.
When I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2011, what scared me more than anything was the impact it would have on my 3 young boys. I was determined to show them that light would come from that darkness. Through that experience, I saw firsthand the importance of community and gained the courage to start a company built on those same values. Today, our team at Three Little Birds Residential Cleaning is proud to partner with Bright Run, giving back to the research that made my survival possible right here in Hamilton.
I'm Dr. Mark Levine, retired medical oncologist and breast cancer researcher. I'm also one of the founders of the Bright Run. I would love it if you joined us on Saturday, September 12th at Christie Lake Conservation Area for our 19th annual Bright Run. Help us fund critical breast cancer research right here in Hamilton. Visit brightrun.ca for more information.
Welcome back here to Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Cardinals with a 4-1 lead on Welland heading into the top of 6 here. You get a look at Evan McGill, who's switching gears tonight, playing a little first base and showing no signs of unfamiliarity there. Made a nice catch in foul territory, and there's the diving stab. You know, McGill has been such an important player for this Cardinals team. Anytime you can get a rookie to be an impact player the way he has at any position, you're thrilled about it. But throw in the fact that a position of such import of McGill as the catcher, and he's really fit in seamlessly with this team, much like Hernandez has fit in seamlessly behind the plate. Not that we should be too surprised here. Again, Matt, for the uninitiated, Hernandez is a new Cardinal, but far from a new Cardinal.
Yeah, exactly. Again, 2025, second half of the season, he was their primary catcher, was not on the roster to start 2026, but hey, you know what they say. Sometimes they always come back. Yammer Hernandez found his way back here at Bernie Arbor, but I think what's so great about Evan McGill's offensive profile is how well it kind of meshes with the rest of the team, and he's kind of a nice contrast to most of the other Cardinal hitters in that he is kind of a big pull air guy. He loves to lift the ball, supplies that power against right-handed pitching, and it's a really nice complement to the numerous kind of bat-to-ball line drive hitters they've got. Lineup diversity matters, and McGill helps the Cardinals in that department.
Really, really does. And with Owen Boone starting things off with 3 straight balls to start the top of 6, we see Weisberg showing bunt there, really just to take, and that brings the count to 3-1. You know, you talk about the diversity of a type of hitter. You know, I talked to Luis Bernardo about that before the game, the idea of just wanting to have different hitters that can do different things, hitters that can hit with different hands, and guys that can play multiple positions. The Cardinals' diversity and just, you know, versatility has been on such display this year, and it's really kind of shone through as the season's gone on here, as they've added these new players, be it a Hernandez or a guy like Barrero you see out in left. I mean, the first time we saw him this year, he was playing first base for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and with that being said, you can't really fault Luis Bernardo for trying all these different batting orders that he's tried this year. Why wouldn't you? It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we've seen Duncan kind of brought up and down the lineup there. Not so much down, but kind of bounced around between 1, 2, 4. Seen him at various spots there. And speaking of what you've seen, Bernardo going out for a little check on his man Owen Boone here. Not looking very Boone-ish to start things off. He's not bullish on Boone to start things off in the top of 6 here. And, you know, sometimes you just need a little bit of a reset. I do see, and again, I love the spotters we have behind us, but I don't need it when Danny Garcia walks out there. He's got his beautiful teal glove, and he's taking a walk out there to the bullpen now. He has often been kind of the first leverage guy you've seen Bernardo go to as of late there. Obviously, you see Caleb Sarosky, Stephen Hospital, Chris Bowada, a lot of the Cards pen poking around out there. So I talk about it all the time. Generally speaking, the first big decision a manager has to make in any game, it's not a hit and run. It's not how you want to handle a bunt situation. It's what you do with your starter, and we'll see how Luis Bernardo handles this. Owen Boone would love to make it an easy decision for him, and that's a good way to start things off as he picks up the first out of the inning with a fly ball that Tyler Duncan makes easy work of there on Abe.
And you'll see that move from Luis Bernardo a lot. If his starting pitcher has ever thrown 5 or 6 straight balls, maybe walks the leadoff man, he'll come out even if it's in the middle of a plate appearance. And even for a guy like Owen Boone, who's, again, pitching a lot of games in this league, it's a helpful reset, and one pitch later, lo and behold, there's an out.
Yep, Boone won a couple of titles in this league. Longtime London major, spent last year and this year with the Hamilton Cardinals. And we see Hernandez faking the throwback there, keeping him honest at first base as the Cardinals are looking to get themselves out of a jam. Owen Boone finding himself with a little traffic on the base pass here. Just 1 out and 1 on, though. And we'll see how the righty is able to take advantage, or if he's able to take advantage of the righty-righty matchup. Boone watching. We saw a bit of a bluff there from the runner at first. That ball is stung into a gap, could be trouble, but Dominguez with a jumping catch slips a little bit, but it'll be a non-issue as the runner has to head back to first. He wouldn't have been able to get him. Superman from Dominguez out there in right field. Right fielders putting on a show. They heard me tell the story of that fan with the best catch we're going to see here at the park tonight, and they said, all right, gauntlet down. Whether it's been Gideon or what we saw to Dominguez there, tremendous, tremendous work in right field.
Yeah, I had a suspicion that might happen, and Ethan Mann, as he's been doing all season, puts a good swing on the ball, stings it to center field, but Tyler Duncan and Carlos Dominguez, good luck getting something by them.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, you see Duncan there. Even at this level of baseball, the fundamentals are important. You see Duncan there. He's backing up Dominguez. If that ball is not caught by Dominguez, it's not going farther than a foot or two behind him because Duncan is right there. We see Boone working in this at-bat, delivering the pitch, and that one is yanked. Will it stay fair? It will not. That one was clobbered. It's over the fence, but it's a foul ball. Call that a long strike, kids. And Smibbert got to be wondering, oh, if only I could have straightened that one out just a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of close calls near that right field foul pole here at Bernie Arbor in 2026. Smibbert just on the wrong side of that one. That was a pretty swing.
Yeah, you do have to be probably a little concerned if you're Bernardo and Boone. You know, you've picked up a couple of outs in this inning, but a lot of hard-hit balls that you've seen so far. You'd love to get that back under control. Maybe not so much the first one hit to Duncan, but certainly that one hit into the gap that Dominguez had to make the running play on, and then the ball we just saw from Smibbert there. You know, you mentioned the running that Welland wants to do. Haven't really utilized that too much. Wonder if that picks up as the game goes on here and offense maybe becomes a little harder to come by.
Yeah, it's been less frequent in this ballgame than I certainly thought it would be, given the team-level stolen base numbers. Their lone run was scored on a hit-and-run play on the double by Grayson Barrett, but if you keep him off the bases, hey, you don't have to worry.
You see here the 2-2 pitch, 2 outs in the inning. Boone would love to rid himself of that runner on first. Now one is hit hard. It's going to be right at Dominguez as he tracks back easily, makes the play. A third hard-hit ball, but they're all outs for Owen Boone. And the Cardinals find themselves continuing to lead things 4-1. We're into the bottom of 6 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. We see Owen Boone getting a check from the ump there, as is custom in this league. We had a little hiccup with that, obviously not Cardinals related, but earlier on, the checks have become a little more rigid, and you see Owen Boone passes them with flying colors just like he did in that half inning, allowing just the one base runner, but nothing of consequence coming across the dish.
Yeah, and I think with the 2 really hard luck line drive double plays the Cardinals have hit into tonight, it's only fair that Owen Boone manages to get by on a couple harder hit fly balls. And again, because of his reliance on the high fastball, he's not a ground ball guy. Hitters can elevate off him, and sometimes he will run into the home runs, but that is what makes the fact that he pitches at Bernie Arbor advantageous to him sometimes, and all those ones he managed to keep in the yard, and the one he didn't was foul by James Smibbert. So no harm, no foul at all for Owen Boone there, no pun intended. He is through 6 solid here tonight, and he's got the pitch count, dare I say, to come out for a 7th, but we'll see what Luis Bernardo's thinking.
Yeah, it doesn't look like an overly exerting themselves group down in the bullpen. And speaking of starters still in this game, I think there's maybe some people surprised that Ulysses Lair still finds himself in this one, is really, really settled in nicely. We see one of the Cardinals faithful here. Look at this guy. I saw him trying to kind of rally the crowd here before the game. All I can think of, though, hot. Things like a plushie, wearing a stuffed animal on your head. Don't get me wrong, beautiful night, and we love a team spirit. I just feel like it's got to be sweating under there. Does look like he's got a good mop of hair, though, so I don't know if that acts as like some ventilation as well. See that with animals sometimes, like, wow, that animal's got a lot of hair. Yeah, it actually keeps it cooler, apparently. Don't know how that works, but you do see it in nature, just like we see it here at Bernie Arbor Memorial. And here is Dario Barrero. I've talked about this before. You know, a lot of times baseball players, it's part of the beauty of this sport, all shapes and sizes. Everybody can play, and you want to talk about a statue of a man hitting a statue in the sky, but that one one will be just golfed under, just got underneath it, and Barrero is retired for the first out of the bottom of 6 here by Lair. What I was going to say, though, is, all different body types can play baseball. We have seen our Bobby Jenks of the world. We've seen Bartolo Colognes. We've seen Ichiro Suzuki. We've seen everybody do it. That man could be good at just about any sport I imagine he wanted to try to be good at. He is a specimen. And first time I had a chance to meet him, just a very impressive physical presence. And you could see he was pretty close to putting the swing he wanted on that one. Just got a little underneath it because that was the pitch he could have certainly done some damage on.
Yeah, you see the raw power really speaks for itself once you get a look at Barrero, and he is 1 for 3 tonight. He deserves to be 3 for 3. That line drive right at Euclides Lair, that one with a little more oomph to that swing, probably leaves the yard. He has looked very dangerous all night.
Yeah, a little oomph for a little launch angle. I don't know, eye test launch angle. Doesn't sound as good as eye test exit velo. Doesn't sound anywhere close to as good. But yeah, that seemed to be the issue there. And we see Jaden Brown up at the dish here. Would love to give the Cardinals their first base runner of the inning, as Lair still working in this one. Both starters still in the game. Again, we'll see what happens with the Cardinals and Boone, although it does not seem that anybody is working with any level of urgency to take him out of this one. So I imagine you'll see Boone work into the 7th here. In terms of what you've seen out of Lair, you tipped me off to this before the game in terms of the different arm slot you're going to see, very different release. And, I talk a lot about uncomfortable at bats in this league. I think of a guy like Stephen Hospital. It's just a lot of limbs coming at you. Lair uncomfortable in a whole different way. Feels like he almost hides that ball until it's right out of his hand. Just a very, very effective, deceptive release from the righty from Welland.
Yeah, and sometimes deception doesn't lead to a ton of swing and miss, and Lair's not a huge strikeout guy, but there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Certainly is. We see Lair there missing with the ball low and in the dirt. That'll bring the count full for the Cardinals here, and Jaden Brown as they look for their first base runner of the inning. Brown shooting that one. It's just going to get past the first baseman. And Jaden Brown's on the board for the Cardinals. Jalen Brown's on base. And the Cardinals will look to add to it in this bottom of 6. And Yomer Hernandez, tonight's catcher, coming up to the plate.
Boy, when you're hot, you're hot. And Jaden saw a hole on the right side of the infield there. And he is one of the better bets on this team to take the ball the other way, and that was certainly not his loudest swing. We know he can put a charge into one, but again, taking advantage of the defensive layout in front of him and placing that ball perfectly for a 1-out single.
Hernandez at the dish, McGill on deck, which of course would leave Rainy Reyes in the hole. They'd love to see all 3 of those batters come to the dish because it means things will be going pretty well for the Cardinals here. Brown taking a lead off of first. I will say something notable about Lair, and Hernandez hitting one high. Doesn't have the body language like he loves it, and Abe is going to camp underneath that one. Would have been in fair territory, but it doesn't matter because it's a fly out for Hernandez, and that's the 2nd out of the inning as Brown returns to first.
Another near miss for the Cardinals right there as Hernandez golfing this one right down the line. And we've talked about Bernie Arbor being a pitcher's park. That is kind of the one spot, that left field corner, where the dimensions are friendly. That corner kind of really pokes in, even though it's got a little bit higher fence there. But Hernandez just missing home run there by about 20 or 30 feet, you'd figure.
Yeah, and again, just getting under it a little bit, right? If you're able to drive that ball a little more, maybe it's harder play for Abe to get to as well, even if it doesn't end up leaving the yard. It's McGill looking to continue this. That ball is scorched at the second baseman, picks it on a bounce, and they throw to first to get the out. Brown advances to second, but he doesn't because the inning's over. We are through 6 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. The Cardinals continue to lead. It is 4-1. It's Food Fest night here at the ballpark, and where would we be talking about food if we didn't talk about our friends Little Caesars, especially the 280 Queenston Road location, always taking care of our crew here on game nights tonight, and we thank them for that so much. Who doesn't love a little pizza to get you ready for a ball game? The folks at Little Caesars sure do, and sure know how to get you set for it. So we were wondering, would we see Owen Boone come back out for the 7th? And we were wondering, it was one of those questions like, will the sun rise tomorrow? Yes, of course he's going to come back out for of the 7th, and we do see him here. He's worked so efficiently, and there have been a couple of hairy moments. You wonder how long the leash will be for Bernardo in this inning, just given all the hard contact you saw off of Boone in that last inning. And we do see a little traffic. Nothing, again, overly taxing appearing to be happening in the Cardinals bullpen, but you do wonder if they're maybe on alert to get moving quickly depending on how the first couple hitters look, because Boone got out of it unscathed, but there was some loud contact in that last inning.
Yeah, there was, but the glass half full side of that is that Owen Boone got through the inning without having to throw too many pitches. He has thrown 80 through 6 innings so far, just 3 strikeouts, in contrast to his last outing against Guelph. But we've talked about how this Welland team knows how to get bat on ball, so I don't think that's necessarily an indictment on Owen. But yes, the 3 Ks, the 2 walks, just 2 hits, and the 1 run allowed. ERA down to 287 entering this inning, giving his teammate Hector Yan a good run for his money. Hector currently atop the league ERA leaderboard among qualified pitchers. And how about this symmetry, Brent? Both starting pitchers have thrown exactly 80 pitches through 6 innings. Lair, 51 strikes to 29 balls. Boone just a little bit behind, 48 strikes to 32 balls.
That's a good stat. We like that one. I would imagine, knowing what I know about Hector Yan, there'd probably be a joke in there pointing to the strikeout totals there of like, hey, good job, Booney, but look at this one. As we know, Hector Yan, even on the nights where he hasn't really had it this year, feels like double-digit strikeouts are almost the floor for what he's been able to give you. Very different feel on a Friday night, not having Yan on the mound, but obviously a pretty good pitching performance that you've been welcome to here with Owen Boone, the reigning league MVP. He's working into the 7th inning here. It's 4-1 for the Cardinals, leading the Jagfish here, and you do wonder if Welland will start to force the issue. We talked about them being a team unafraid to run. Now, you got to get on base to run, but even when they've had runners on, they haven't really looked to force the issue. We'll wonder if that changes as we get deeper and deeper into a ball game here.
And a good bet to start things off strong here with Brendan Luther. He is just, all he's done is hit. He's mostly at the bottom of the Jackfish order in his rookie season last year, but he hit well over 300, pretty close to 400, in fact, than he was to 300 last year. And then you see the average up at 353, on base 440. He can draw a walk as well. Just another really big on-base presence in this Welland lineup.
Yeah, we'll see if Boone can work ahead in counts a little more. Feels like that also got away from him in that last half inning. Good place to start with a strike 1, and then showing bunt but unable to make contact. That'll bring it to 0-2 quickly for Boone here. And you see both corner infielders charging in there, both McGill and Reyes there. Be curious to see. Obviously, no bunt attempt coming from Luther with 2 strikes, but you see him just unable to get that one down, trying to chop it into the dirt, make it a tough play for whoever would have had to get their paw on it. And here we see Owen Boone with the 0-2 pitch. And that one is fouled straight back again to continue to have life for Luther.
And you don't hit for an average as high as Luther without knowing how to spoil an at-bat.
And again, you've talked about that patient approach. You can't be patient if you don't have a good understanding of the zone. We'll see if Boone looks to expand a little bit here with the 0-2 lead that he has on Luther. Here comes the righty delivering the pitch on the outside. Hernandez kind of popping it up, unable to catch it cleanly there. That brings the count to 2-1 for Owen Boone. We talked about that. Again, you got to pitch intelligently here. Obviously, this guy in Luther capable of doing a little bit of damage. Guy in Gideon that's been a thorn in your side, not just from an offensive perspective, but obviously with what he's done on defense, lurking in the on-deck circle. Boone would love to start this inning off, especially with an out, especially after starting things out 0-2. Here's the Cardinals righty. High, ball 2. All of a sudden the count is even. Good job by Luther fouling a pitch off and then watching a couple of balls to work this thing back even.
And Boone never quite finished its delivery on that 2-2 breaking ball, though. Still got a little room to play with, though.
Yeah, Reyes in on the corner there. Otherwise, pretty standard defensive lineup for the Cardinals here for Luther. Not playing in the pull. That one is shot up the middle. It'll just get past the outstretched arm of Brandon Nickel, and that's into the outfield. Tyler Duncan picking it up and has to get it in quickly as there is a big turn around first for Luther there, and Welland starts things off with a leadoff single for Luther. We talk about professional hitting all the time from the guy he shot that ball past him, Brandon Nickel. That was a really nice at-bat by Luther.
Yeah, time and again we've seen it from him, and again, just to have the wherewithal to hit a 2-strike pitch hard. It can be hard to stay committed to your approach when your back is up against the wall, but Welland, even though they haven't done much on the scoreboard today, they've done that. They've flashed it, and Luther does it again right there. Despite Nichols' best efforts, that's just a well-struck ball, and he deserves to be on first base right now.
Yeah, it was a hard-hit ball. Fourth straight batter that we've seen have one of those against Boone here, dating back to last inning. Luther with a bit of a lead. Boone stealing a strike on the outside there to pick up the first strike of the at-bat, and that brings the count to 1-0. And Boone would love nothing more than a little tapper up the middle here to pick up a couple of outs. You do wonder, as we've mentioned, if Welland looks to get the runners involved in this as Luther lurks off of first base there. That one way outside. Boone unable to pick up a strike call there. Hernandez, it wouldn't have mattered who was framing that one. It wouldn't matter if Picasso framed that. You weren't stealing that strike, and we've seen some catchers able to do that this year. Boone working into the seventh here, starting the inning at 80 pitches. We do have Chris Bawada warming with some pretty strong intent over there in the Cardinals bullpen. So looks like he'll be the first man tasked with getting out of a jam if one continues here for Luis Bernardo and his club. Luther on first base. Gideon up at the dish here. It's a 1-2 count for Boone and the Cardinals. No outs. Cardinals have a 4-1 lead. Boone checking on the runner at first. Obviously in his mind as well what Welland is capable of on the bases.
Yeah, Luther's been getting some pretty good leads over there. You saw Yama Hernandez kind of looking back to the bag a couple pitches ago.
We see Boone really staring in to get that sign. Hands high set, working out of the stretch. And there goes Luther. High pitch, good one to throw on for Hernandez. Throws there in time, tag is there, and Luther's headed back to the dugout. Unconventional way to do it, but there's the first out of the inning for the Cardinals. That's a great piece of defense by Yomer Hernandez, making it look easy back behind the dish for the Cardinals here.
Yeah, Yama Hernandez was certainly ready for that one. Luther was definitely in the minds of the Cardinals, and Hernandez, a nice throw there. Scouts raved about his arm when he was a Blue Jay prospect, and he's showing it off right there.
Yeah, absolutely. You see what he has been capable of here, and Boone working in this one. Now all of a sudden with a 2-2 count and 1 out. Inning has a completely different perception than what we saw earlier, and there it is. There's the high throw, perfect one for Hernandez to throw on Nickel, getting the tag down with ease, and that is a perfect throw him out there from the catcher and the shortstop. That one is flared off. That'll be over the heads of the Cardinals bullpen, getting ready. Again, it's Chris Bawada warming in the Cardinals pen. See him there throwing with some pretty aggressive intent. Seems like he'll be coming into the game. If Boone's unable to get out of this one, we have a 3-2 count, 1 out here in the top of 7. That's a strike on the inside. He's not happy about it, but Boone and the Cardinals faithful are. There's another strikeout for Owen Boone, and it's another out for the Cardinals. And after a bit of a dicey start, all of a sudden there's no runners on, and Owen Boone's got a couple of outs here in the top of 7. That is a great piece of pitching, just clipping the inside, and we get a look at it here from the big Cardinals righty. There he is. Anytime you see the batter and you see Gideon there doing it, extending the hands, trying to show, no, so inside. Generally speaking, not going to have that fall anywhere other than on deaf ears. And now Boone's cooking, picks up another strike. He is really peppering the zone. We're seeing it here from Boone. Peering in over that brown glove of his to get the call. Swinging over the top of it on some off speed. Really nice recovery from Boone after not the start he wanted with the hard hit ball from Luther. But there's no runners on. There's 2 outs. There's 2 strikes. And Boone would love to get out of this. That one's hit hard, but it'll be bounced foul, and Reyes won't need to make a play on it.
Now that strikeout of Gideon feels all the more larger after the caught stealing of Brennan Luther, and Boone now 1 strike away from getting out of this. Yama Hernandez has had a big inning behind the plate in terms of receiving.
There's Boone looking to get himself out of this inning. That brings it to 0-2, continuing to keep it alive here. It's a good piece of hitting to foul that one off by Welland. But this inning has taken quite a turn here for the Jackfish. Looked like they had something cooking with Luther on, and then a good piece of defense from Hernandez behind the dish and a good piece of pitching, and all of a sudden it's 2 strikes here. Boone looking for the high heat. He's got himself out of at least 1 inning tonight with it, but good eye by by Mullen here, able to watch that one high and bring the count to 2-1. Boone going to step off, collect himself. Smart play to do. That's what you want to. It's what you want to do. Take advantage of the time you have here. Obviously, a guy in Boone, comfortable on the mound, wants to pitch at his own speed, and generally speaking, that's a pretty rip-fast pace. And we'll see if Boone's able to get out of the inning here. Hernandez trying to frame it on the outside, unable to do so. That brings a count to 2-2.
Boone up to 93 pitches now. Empty the tank time.
Yeah, imagine we're getting ready for the end of the line here, and he'd love it to come at the end of an inning, and that's exactly what he does. I'm not pulling him out, but I'll tell you, that's a great way to finish it if it is the night for Owen Boone, picking up another strikeout, and that brings us to 4-1 as we drop to the bottom of bottom of 7 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. It is Food Fest night here at the ballpark. Our friends at Denninger's in the booth. They give us some meat sticks. I'm always hungry working in the broadcast. Want to eat, not just for show. I won't talk anymore with food in my mouth, but we love a broadcast here. You want to keep watching this? All right, here we go, folks. Honestly, great job by our friends at Denninger's. Not only are they often helping us out in the ballpark, they supply the weenie of the game on Sunday home games. What's not to like about that? So, meat sticks in the booth, and it is a Cardinals win so far here. Pretty fun night at the ballpark for Food Fest night at Bernie Arbor.
Man, what a 7th inning stretch we're having right now. Crowds singing along. We got meat sticks up in the booth.
I would just like to be on record that I had the good sense. You know, my mother raised a nice, polite man here. I take a bite, want to play into the bit. I'm enjoying it. It tastes wonderful. But who wants to watch me chewing on camera? Evidently, all of Hamilton is the answer to that question. No, they told us in the truck they were going to get us chuckling. I am a chucklehead, though. It's not hard to make me laugh. I'm laughing at everything, so I'm not giving them the easy win of making me laugh up here. I am giving credit to Denninger's because this is delicious. And honestly, I was just having this conversation with my son. Whatever endeavor you're doing, got to make sure to keep the tank full. Tiger Woods would tell you, you got to eat every couple of holes in golf, and I'm telling you, you should be eating every couple of innings, whether you're watching or calling a baseball game, and it is a fun one here at Bernie Arbor, and of course, always wonderful job of the in-arena entertainment here. Little dance party in the 7th, and the Cardinals have got a 4-1 lead. What's not to like here, Matt?
Just a good batch of chaos here at Bernie Arbor, the good kind of chaos, the fun kind. Like always, is there anywhere you'd rather be on a Friday night in the summertime than right here? And on that fantastic note, here is Pedro de los Santos, the first man out of the Welland Jackfish bullpen. Coming in bottom 7 here, Pedro, Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic product, but he is Canadian. He's been classified as Canadian for a while, and he is on quite the tour around the CBL. Debuted with the Toronto Maple Leafs in 2017, then spent 3 seasons there, spent 3 seasons after that in London. 2024 in Kitchener, 2025 started with Brantford, traded to Welland at the deadline, and he is still there right now. De los Santos has a 6.35 ERA through 18 appearances so far. They've been using him a lot, and they've been using him for more than 1 inning at a time. He was a starter until last season, so he can supply that length. 28 1/3 innings, 25 Ks to 13 walks, and a 183 whip. 37 years old, the grizzled veteran is going to face 9-1-2 here for the Cardinals.
Well, as you mentioned, with the length he can give them, this is kind of the perfect guy to bring in this spot, right? Because if you're the Welland skipper, you'd love nothing more than the script of this game to change a little bit. But if you do run into a spot where the game starts to get away from you, maybe this is the guy that can kind of finish the ball game for you and preserve some arms for deeper into the weekend, because it is a busy time of year across the Canadian Baseball League, not just here tonight. We will check on that out-of-town scoreboard in a second as this inning continues as well, but it is Rainy Reyes, the third baseman, a 9-hole hitter, leading things off for the Cards. De los Santos starting it off with a ball there, brings a 1-0 count for Reyes, and he'll try to continue to work a hitter's count. as he looks to start the party here for the Cardinals in the bottom of 7. That one is hit high, mashed in the air, mile high, not overly deep. Abe going to have a lot of time to contemplate it. Doesn't need much as he camps under it and makes the catch. Rainy Reyes retired for the first out of the inning for the Cardinals here, and that flips things over to the top of the order for Brandon Nickel. You see the back of the jersey on De Los Santos. I am a sucker for this. Of course, maybe the king of it in all of baseball is Jared Saltalamacchio with basically the full circle all the way around his back. We have got a full rainbow arch, though, for De Los Santos on the back of that Welland Jackfish jersey. So I'm a sucker for that kind of thing, and great shot by the truck there. Rainy Reyes hoping that was a shot, but got under it. So that's the first out of the inning for the Cardinals. And Nickel swinging away on a first pitch, but he fouls that one off, and he'll fall behind in the count as well.
So with Euclides Layer's day done, he really deserves some props for the way he righted the ship there in the middle innings. 6 innings, gave up 3 earned runs, 4 total on 9 hits, 3 Ks to the 1 walk for the veteran here tonight.
And man, you want to talk about a game that went not at all the way it looked like it was going to go. You give up a 3 spot to this Cardinals team early on, and it feels like, a little blood in the water, and they just kind of pounce. And he did a really good job of finding things, had some good fortune of some great defense from Gideon, of helping him out his own cause as well with the play on the comebacker. But man, it felt like the night was going to trend very, very differently for him to work as deep into the game as he did. It is now the first reliever we've seen in the game, and it is De Los Santos, the lefty, for Welland in this one, falling behind 3-1 to the leadoff man, second batter of the inning, Nickel. See how aggressive Nickel is on this 3-1 pitch. He chops that one, but it'll end up going foul past the third baseman. That brings the count full.
You're walking a thin line when you give a pitch to Brandon Nickel on the inner half in a 3-1 count, but De Los Santos did a good job to get that one just in enough on the hands that it bunched him up.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, Nickel, with the average he has, he's going to be tough to find a way to put him away here. But that's exactly what De Los Santos will be able to do, or be looking to do here. The lefty delivering to the righty. That one's low, and Nickel working a walk. He's happy to get on base anyway. Normally it's with a hit. Hit 400 average, you're going to need to walk a little, going to need to hit a lot. But he finds himself standing on first, bringing away to Carlos Dominguez, who, you want to talk about the world's least textbook bunt. That was how he got on board last time, but didn't matter. Made his way all the way around after a pretty eventful bunt that saw it popped up over the head of a pitcher and then spun away from a third baseman. And then on a bad throw into second there, he was able to advance all the way to third. Dominguez really putting his athleticism to use. His last time up, he'll look to, you would think, add with a little power here.
We talk
ball one high. Sorry, Matt.
Sorry, Brent. You were just talking earlier about how Tyler Duncan and Evan McGill and the lefties in the Cardinal lineup were happy to see a righty starter. You know who's happy to see a lefty reliever? Carlos Dominguez. He has mashed left-handed pitching all season.
Sure would be. Of course, comfortable for him the way the ball comes in, as it is with most righties there. Now one on the outside, but picks up a strike, bringing the count to 1-1. Dominguez checking in, getting his signs from third. We'll see how big a lead Nickel ends up taking here, not ranging overly far off. Of course, with lefties, always got to be wary of that pickoff move. See Dos Santos checking on Nickel, and then maybe was preoccupied with what was going on over at first as he loses control and nearly runs it into Dominguez there. This is one of the things we talk about all the time when we look at the idea of paying attention to the run game. Obviously, you want to do it. You don't want to let guys run wild on you, but you also got to keep the main thing and focus on the batter at the dish. And we see Nickel going. You can understand why he was in their heads. That's a good throw. Tag is down, and that's going to get him. Nickel unable to beat it in. And after the throwing error from Mullen earlier in the game, he loved that retribution that he just got on the Cardinals there. And the runner is erased. Nickel's heading back to the dugout. That brings 2 outs in the inning with Dominguez at the dish.
Yeah, bang play. Felt like the call could have gone either way there at second. So
Great
good job
replay.
for Robbie Mullen to make it close there. Yeah, fantastic job by the folks in the truck, as usual, giving us that look. And Brandon Nickel was picked off by Frank Garces last night. That time got a better pitch to run on, and it was a good attempt, just got caught.
Dominguez swinging over the top of that one. That brings the count to 3-2 with 2 outs in the inning. Bottom of 7 here. Cardinals doing most of their damage in this one in the first inning, putting up a 3-spot. Scratch one more across a couple innings ago. Welland's lone run coming in the second inning of this ball game. As you mentioned, it was Ulysses Lair getting the start for Welland. He was lifted in favor of Dos Santos to start this inning. Owen Boone, you'd have to imagine his night is likely over. Seems like it'll be Chris Bowada or Danny Garcia coming into this one. You have to think it'd likely be Bowada. And we do see Dos Santos here. 3-2 pitch. That one is fouled off by Dominguez, and he'll get to do it all over again.
I still can't believe we had meat sticks in the booth, Brent. Can it be Food Fest night every night?
Should be.
That's my plea.
Absolutely should be. I mean, I'm trying to think. We did an early game in here where they brought French fries in for me. I feel like these guys are just trying to get me to eat on camera as much as humanly possible. Told you, my mother raised me. I'm very polite, very nice Canadian boy. I would not be doing that. And we now see Dos Santos rearing in. It's a 3-2 pitch. It's Dominguez staring him down at the dish. And he's going to shoot that one into a gap in right center field. He's going to turn. He'll get to 2. Dominguez is really chugging, but he's going to hold up there. And the Cardinals got a little life here in this inning after a couple of quick outs. Dominguez is standing on second, and Darlin Herman's coming up to the dish.
Well, it's real unfortunate that the stolen base play didn't work because the Cardinals could well have gotten another insurance run on that play, but this is another fantastic swing by Carlos Dominguez. Off of a lefty, Pedro de los Santos forced into the zone on 3-2, and Dominguez knew it was coming, and he slices it into the gap. I'm not sure it would have been a good idea, but you were right, Brent. He was definitely chugging there at 2. Fun fact, I still don't believe the Cardinals have recorded a triple this season. And Carlos Dominguez certainly looked like he was going to get a start toward having there first, but thinks better of it and stops at second.
You know, it's interesting. If you had to bet on the Parks, you would see it happen. You would think Bernie Arbor would maybe be the one. All of the foul territory, relatively big ballpark, fast Cardinals team with good base runners. You really would think they kind of check all the boxes there because you could easily see one kind of get hit and bounce into foul territory, rattling around in a corner over there. That is surprising if it has yet to happen. We see Dominguez, healthy lead at second. Darlin Herman, he's going to shoot that one through the gap. What a Bernie bounce there. Dominguez is chugging. In comes the throw from Gideon. Sliding like Superman is Dominguez, and the Cardinals add to their lead. Darlin Herman's second RBI of the night. This one coming on as a hit as opposed to a sacrifice, and the Cardinals add to their lead, making it 5-1 here at Bernie Arbor.
Well, you do have to respect Justin Gideon in right field about 90% of the time, but good luck throwing up a stop sign to Carlos Dominguez. He can run. He's probably got the best legs on the team, and on a nice little opposite field single through the right side for Darlene Herman with 2 outs, he is scoring from second 999 times out of 1,000.
Well, and you see the way that ball hit the lip of the infield there and hopped up. If Gideon is in a little shorter, if he's playing a little shorter in right there, that ball kind of hits him perfectly in the glove, and you can only imagine how the momentum would have kind of allowed him to maybe get a little more on that throw. You saw it kind of short hopped him there, made it a much trickier play, because if that ball hops up the way it does, or even it's just a more kind of normal bounce to Gideon, you could have seen a much closer kind of bang bang play at the plate, even with Dominguez's great speed. But Gideon's been all over it tonight, and I don't think the Cardinals wanted any part of him coming back to bite him a third time defensively. So it's another run driven in by Darlin Herman tonight. There's Duncan shooting one up the middle. That is a great play by the shortstop. He's going to fire a strike over to first. Man, that was a Bernie bounce, and he did not care. Just a tremendous play made by Luther, but doesn't matter because the damage is done by the Cardinals. They pick up another. It is 5-1 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium, and we'll be back to watch Chris Bowada after this on Cable 14.
When I was little, my mother took me to the zoo. My love affair began right there. I wanted to know everything about giraffes, but there were no books, so I went to Africa to study them myself.
I was expecting Mr. Innes. You misrepresented yourself.
I certainly did not. I am A. Innes.
If I knew you were Miss A. Innes, I never would have invited you.
Exactly. My research was considered groundbreaking and published in the world's top scientific journals. I became known as the first authority on giraffes. Discrimination against women in Canadian universities prevented me from getting tenure, but my love for giraffes persisted all my life.
My mother, Dr. Anne Innes Stagg, was the first Western scientist, man or woman, to study any African mammal in the wild. In 2019, she received the Order of Canada.
I'm Rudy Walls, host of Hamilton's Vital Signs, a show where we talk about the many aspects of community life that make our city vibrant and inclusive, and a show where we talk about the many challenges that we collectively face. If you want to take a look, tune in Tuesdays at 7:30.
Welcome back here to Burning Arbor Memorial Stadium. It's a wonderful night for some baseball, and we are through 7 innings here. Cardinals with a 5-1 lead, 11 hits doing the job for them, limiting Welland to just 3. New pitcher into the game as both teams are now into the pen. It's Chris Bowada on the bump, the lefty out of Maple, Ontario, 32 years young, 9th year in the CBL, and somebody who is no stranger to either team, Matt.
Yeah, Chris Bowada is going to face some of his old friends here, the longtime former Welland Jackfish. He's got 3 lefties due up this inning, 8-9-1, Barrett, Morello, and Wisner. Chris last appeared a week ago today against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, inheriting a tough situation, had a bunch of runners on, failed to strand them, but ultimately got out of the inning without any earned runs allowed of his own. 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, and a walk. He faced 5 batters in that one. He's got a 2.89 ERA through 9 games and a 1.18 whip so far. So the pitch-to-contact lefty in to face a bunch of lefties on Welland, and you figure if these two teams were to meet in the playoffs, Bowada would have a key role.
Yeah, you would imagine. Obviously, you want to lean on your lefties when there are the bats that Welland has at their disposal there. You also think of a guy with, a knowledge of what it means to get big outs at big times. He got a pretty big one in 2023, picking up the final out for Welland's championship there. And you see Bowada as a guy that has maybe become a little more climbing the trust tree, if you will, for Luis Bernardo, for a team that has really seemed to have figured a lot out. They seem to have started to have the lineup, I won't say crystallized, because Bernardo's still playing around with it a little bit, but they seem to have a pretty good understanding there. It does seem as though the Cardinals are still kind of figuring out their leverage roles here as we work towards the playoffs, and obviously an outing like this goes a long, long way for Bowada, and we see him pick up a strike 3. There's big strikeout from Bowada to start things off. We're into the second batter of the inning here. Good, efficient work from Bowada to pick up the first out there and doing it with a strikeout. You'll take it just about any way you can have it. We see Luis Bernardo kind of moving his outfielders around a little bit here. Rainy Reyes in on the corner of the infield. Everyone else playing at a pretty standard depth, though, as Bowada will continue to work against another lefty. Showing bunt there, and we can maybe see if Bernardo had an inkling about that. We'll see if it continues with 1 strike. Always interesting when the bunt doesn't get laid down the first time. Do you continue with the plan? You got really one more crack at it, or do you abandon and let him swing away? Always an interesting choice.
I feel like personal history between Bowada and Morello might prevent Gio from laying down another bunt. These two are longtime friends, former teammates, but not too friendly right now.
No, certainly not. And as we've talked about, whether you play sports professionally against your friends or you just play, you know who you really want to beat? It's not like a stranger. That's fun to beat. Oh, if you ever beat your friend at something, oh my God, it's the best. So you can only imagine that would ratchet things up a little bit there for Bowada in this moment. Not that the stakes aren't big enough. Again, with a win, Hamilton locking up a winning season this year, they would also pull even with Welland in the standings for second in the CBL. But we see Morello getting the best of Bowada there, and there is the first base runner of the inning for the Jackfish, and Bowada will have to work around a little traffic on the bases.
It was interesting there. Luis Bernardo was telling the outfielders a couple pitches ago to kind of shade more toward the left, which is playing Gio Morello to hit it to the opposite field. That time he takes it right back up the middle, a really short, compact swing, kind of geared up the middle / looking the other way, and Morello That's a big part of his game plan. A lot of singles and doubles out toward left and left center field, like so many of these small and lefties.
We've talked about this before, but, for a team that wants to use traffic on the base pass to their advantage, do they get the runners going here? Now, it can be a little tough to ask that of the runners when you have plenty of work to do. The run on first is not going to change the game, nor would the one at the plate, really. And we see Luis Bernardo, as you mentioned, it doesn't matter if it's in the middle of an at-bat or not. If he's got something to say, he's going to jog out there and say it. This is what happens when you have a former catcher as your manager, folks. It's like, I think it's just the itchy trigger finger. He's like, I got to go out there and say something. And generally speaking, he's done a pretty good job. We saw how he was able to get Boone kind of back on the rails in the middle of an at-bat earlier in this one.
I wonder if Yammer Hernandez saw something on that play, because after that first pitch ball to Wisner, Hernandez looked into the dugout and clearly said something to Luis Bernardo, so maybe he just wanted to go out and relay a quick message to his pitcher. But either way, let's hope that one kind of recenters Boato right here.
Yeah, we'll see. And as you have mentioned, Hernandez, a guy with a lot of familiarity with Bernardo and the rest of this Cardinals team here, once again sailing from Boato there. See a little bit of a grimace from Boato there. Hope he's comfortable in this one. Could just be frustration, obviously. And we see the fans always watching it. And that big shout out to our volunteer coordinator, Steph. It is a wonderful job the broadcast does here, and I'm not talking about me. We see that one chopped to McGill. Thinks better of taking the out at second, and he steps on first for the sure thing, and that's 2 outs in the frame. Very heads-up play there by McGill, but want to give a shout-out to Steph, the volunteer coordinator. Could not have this broadcast if it wasn't with all the wonderful cast and crew, which includes plenty of volunteers among them. So thanks to everybody here tonight working, and of course, thanks for you watching. Boato looking to work out of a jam in this one. Does have a runner on second now, but after picking up the out, this brings Abe to the dish, and he is 1 out away from getting out of the inning. And can't give a shout out to the parent without giving a shout out to the kids as well. Shout out to Ellie and Austin watching this one with Mom tonight. So we see Boato, quick check on second. No one's watching him though, so you might as well just rear back and deliver. And Boato once again seeing it go high.
Kind of hinge point potentially for the Cardinals bullpen with Ethan Mann on deck. If Abe were to extend this inning, Mann's the righty, but you've got the lefty Workington warming up. So Luis Bernardo might be willing to sacrifice a little bit of a platoon matchup here. We'll see what he decides to do if Abe were to reach.
Yeah, and obviously that run looming large, the one that the Cardinals scored in that last inning. Herman driving it in with a good hard-hit single there. A 4-1 lead with a runner on first. The tying run effectively in the on-deck circle feels a little different than the 5-1 lead the Cardinals have now. There's Boato checking on the runner at second. Abe showing bunt, pulls it back, and that'll be a strike on Abe, and that brings the count to 2-1. See the lefty, Boato, again, veteran, 9th year in the CBL, spending plenty of time with Welland. His second year, I believe, with Hamilton now. Quick check on second. Abe hitting one just off the glove of Herman. That's going to allow run to score. Abe will stay there. Dominguez throwing hard. Didn't have a chance at it, really, but always good to show off the arm strength and let him know. We do get a check on Herman. Just appears to be frustrated there as that one ticked off of his glove. Could have got Boato and the Cards out of the inning.
Boy, game of inches. That's a nice effort from Herman. You'd think maybe if he were to get a little more extension, a little more air time, he'd be able to get this one, but this is a good swing by Daiki Abe just off the tip of the glove right there, and that's going to slow the ball right down, so no sense in trying to get the out at the plate and risking an error, and Abe does indeed extend the inning, and Boato is staying in to face the tough righty Ethan Mann.
Well, yeah, if they're not getting that play with the defense shifted over that way because of the lefty in the box of Abe, really not a chance to be had on that. And yeah, obviously, Herman is the guy who's bounced all over the diamond. That's a tough play to make, but gets his glove on it. That's going to lead to a little bit of frustration for him. Cardinals have a 5-1 lead. Chris Boato into the game. Abe on first. Sorry, check that. Make it a 5-2 lead for the Cardinals here, and that's a strike on that Boato picks up here, looking to get himself out of this inning. Abe on first. It is the right-hander man. He's got the platoon advantage here against the lefty Boato. Another lefty lurking in the on-deck circle, though. There's the pickoff from Boato. Good move. Abe forced to slide back in there with a really good slide, but was unable to do so. And here is Chris Boato looking ahead. There's Bowada. That one's hit high in the air. Barrero going to have a play on it. Working in and does manage to make the third out. Wasn't overly easy from Bowada. Always we have our friends. It's Food Fest night, and our friends feeding us pizza. We take a look in this here. What is going on in the truck here?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, trying to get fancy with it. Butterfingers there. I don't know. What do we call the person? Like, that's not, I don't know. Is that like EC? Is that like E-camera operator? Is that EP? Error producer? I don't know which way we're going. Somebody got to hold on to it there. You know, I'm coaching flag football on the weekends, and I am harping on ball security. This is pizza security. We got a birthday boy, Justin, working tonight. Big wave for him. Happy to have him aboard with us there. And look at this. He's getting a birthday shout out, and he can't even take a second away from work to enjoy it. Have loved all of our cast and crew here tonight, much like the Cardinals. Have loved the effort they're putting forth. And as we mentioned, wonderful crew here at Cable 14, always giving us tremendous visuals, tremendous sights and sounds. And quite frankly, Matt, making it easy on us. You had to flap that big lip of yours and say, oh, I want to make these guys laugh. I want them to make me laugh. And it has been a stand-up comedy routine in our ear ever since. Oh, yeah, there's the Deningers. Meat sticks. Luckily, we didn't drop those on the floor. At least I hope not, because I just saw that guy eat one. It has been a great night here at the ballpark, and the Cardinals are looking to put the finishing touches on it. They're going to have a 3-run lead heading into the bottom of 8 here. They would love nothing more than this to be their last at-bat of the night as the cast and crew here gets us ready for it. It is still De Los Santos into the game, and it's Dario Barrero that's going to lead things off here for the Cards. He made the last out of the inning, catching the fly ball in left field. He's hit a towering fly ball himself tonight. We'll see if he can straighten it out a little bit and hit one over the fence, because he absolutely has the capability to do so. And you mentioned De Los Santos is a guy who is unafraid to go multiple innings. Are the Welland Jackfish with him? He continues to work into the 8th inning in this one.
Yeah, and Brent, you were talking about the out-of-town scoreboard. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing, but there is a game going on in London right now that is
spoil away, Matt.
To
spoil
both
away.
These teams. The Toronto Maple Leafs hold a 5-3 lead in the top of the 7th over the first-place London Majors. So a game potentially to be gained if that score were to hold. London's got a very potent offense. They can unload in the later innings, so that one is very far from over, even though the Majors are down to their last 9 outs. But whoever wins today, if that score holds, would benefit immensely from a Maple Leafs upset.
Yeah, just what everyone in the province of Ontario and generally speaking the country of Canada loves to do, thanking Toronto for all their hard work. You know, it's like it's a favorite pastime of our great country. So if that score holds, I think you're going to owe one to Yasiel Puig and co there. But as you mentioned, a lot of baseball left in the Forest City. Chatham also home tonight. It's been a rough year for them, and it's continuing. Guelph putting up a 10 spot on them. It's 10-2 in the top of 5. And, of course, we're into the bottom 8 here at Hamilton as Dario Barrero leads things off. He hits that one into left field. It's going to drop in front of Abe, and the Cardinals have a base runner aboard here in the bottom of 8.
Well, I said after his last flyout that Dario Barrero probably deserves a lot more than one hit for the swings he's put on the ball today. That one was a little more of an excuse me swing, a little opposite field soft liner, but lo and behold, ball don't lie. Barrero's got his second hit of the ball game.
Yeah, little lob wedge from Barrero there, just dropping that one in front of Abe. Going to be happy to get on base though, and we'll see if he can come across the score. He's done so once so far in the game. Also drove in a run with a hard hit ball right back up the middle. We'll see if Jaden Brown can continue to just pass the baton as they have been wont to do, this Cardinals team.
See Frazie's Adamas down in the left field corner, getting his reps in, warming up. The Cardinals closer looks to be on tap here for the top of the 9th.
Man, you want to talk about a weapon added to the bullpen there. We talk about the ads that teams have made at the We talk about ads that have been made, and that one is Chop. Going to be a tough play, unable to get the lead runner, but great job contorting his body to get Brown at first. That is not an easy guy to beat on a bang-bang play, but he finds a way to do so. Brown does advance over the runner. As we mentioned, Adames warming in the bullpen here. So it's a guy who started the season as a starter for the Cardinals, and wasn't just as starter. Through 3 or 4 starts this season, he was among the league leaders in strikeouts. So having a guy with that had wipeout capacity. A late inning in the game could certainly be a weapon for Luis Bernardo and co. You have to imagine that feels like quite the gift that they've got late in the season with Adames, how he's been used after coming off the IL.
Absolutely, Brent. And the one thing that you're worried about maybe if you're the Cardinals is that the reason that he's moved to the bullpen in the first place was he was on the shelf for a little over a month with an elbow injury, and ever since he's returned, the Cardinals have decided to play a zillion close games. So it's not like Adames has had much time to kind of get acclimated to his role. Just been thrown right into the fire. He's thrown in each of their past 3 games, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, pitching in the 9th innings on the Cardinals' longest road trip of the season. But on paper, there is not a guy you'd rather have to try and close this one out in the 9th against the Welland Jackfish.
Yeah, and looking over to the Welland pen, obviously, game far from over. They still got to maintain some busy bodies over there, and it's Dan Howitt playing a little catch in the Welland pen. You know, they would love Dos Santos to get out of this one and not have to burn another arm, but we'll see how they handle it. Dos Santos handling Hernandez by throwing one very inside on him, chasing him out of the box, and that brings the count to 2-2.
I want to give a shout-out to Jonah Weisner for his earlier play on that tough ground ball. As you see this ball almost running and hit Hernandez. Tough to stay on a ball that's bouncing that much and with Brown's speed, as you mentioned, but at the very least, the Cardinals move the man over.
Yeah, and we see Barrero able to get moved over here at a ground ball to short. Middle infield showing off a little bit in this inning, and the Cardinals advance a run 90 feet, but with 2 outs, I'm sure they would have much rather have preserved the out, but McGill coming to the plate, looking to add to the Cardinals' lead here or keep the inning alive. It's the 8-hitter and tonight's first baseman, Evan McGill. You mentioned you mentioned the way that this middle infield is played. I mean, defense has been such a calling card for the Cardinals this year as well, but it's really been Welland kind of showing off, and that's not a lack of plays that have been made by Hamilton, but just those two diving plays made by Gideon in the outfield, and then throw in the comebacker from the starter. And really, Welland's been showing off with the glove tonight. I suppose that's maybe a little unfair to Dominguez and his jumping Superman catch that he made over there in right center.
It's a good brand of baseball, really, when you have 2 good teams that play good defense, and the defense. There were some lapses on that front for the Cardinals earlier this week, but when they're at their best, they're a tough team to beat in the field.
Lefty-lefty matchup for McGill here, working ahead in the count, finds himself in a 2-0 count, make that 2-1 after the foul ball lashed over the left field line.
McGill's numbers are much better against right-handed pitching this season, but he can sneak an odd clutch hit off a lefty every now and again. The Cardinals would love it here.
Sure would. Instead, he gets one snuck past him, and that brings the count to 2-2. Dos Santos just 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. Does appear like Frazis Adames is lurking and ready to come in here, more or less regardless of what happens in this inning. McGill would love to give him a little more breathing room. It's 5-2, bottom of 8 for the Cardinals here against Welland. And McGill swinging over the top of that one. Foul. Stay alive in the inning. Will McGill able to get a piece of it, just able to stay alive as the Cardinals' first baseman. Obviously, the lefty McGill struggling more with left-handed pitching, but as you mentioned, scrappy hitter that's kind of found a way. His work counts as well. Started this one 2-0. And that was a jam shot right back up the middle. Bernie bounce, but it's picked by Luther. Digs it out of the dirt at first, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. McGill, after being retired there, Barrero unable to come across the score, and it looks like it will be Frazis Adames coming in to lock it down for the Cardinals. They are 3 outs away from pulling in to a second-place tie with Welland. Welland coming into this one with a 1-game lead. Of course, if the score holds here, the 2 teams would be tied. Now, Matt, you mentioned the team they're all chasing is London. They're in a 6-3 game right now in the top of 7th. That one's at home against the Toronto Maple Leafs. So we'll see if the Leafs can do everybody in the CBL a favor tonight and knock off London. The only other game on the go has Guelph now up 11-2 on Chatham. That's in the top of 5. Frazis Adames coming into the game as the Cardinals closer here. Such a different role than what you see out of a starting pitcher, and obviously great light show welcoming Adames Adames into the game here. Talking about uncomfortable at bats, I've mentioned it's something I've talked about as the year's gone on. Stephen Hospital's a guy I use as an example. This might be the guy I use as that example. Frazis Adames got really long arms, long limbs. You want to talk about extension, I imagine his number would be pretty high for that, and we'll see if he can use that to keep Welland at bay here. They're down to their last 3 outs.
Yeah, Adames got walked off on Tuesday in Chatham-Kent, but other than that, he's been pretty unflappable in the couple weeks since he transitioned to the de facto closer role in the Cardinal bullpen. On the season, 5 starts, now 13 total appearances. He's been a reliever longer than he's been a starter now. He's got 3 saves on the year, and in 36 1/3 innings, 3.47 ERA, 51 strikeouts to 10 walks and a 116 whip. He was downright nasty last night, getting the save, and Barry striking out the side and working around a 1-out single. Barry chased about 2/3 of the pitches they saw out of the zone in that ball game. So Adames has the stuff to get batters to fish. He is going to be tasked with 4, 5, 6, Smybert, Luther, and Justin Gideon, a trio of lefties, a trio of good ones. This is a tall task, but to be the best, you got to beat the best, and the Cardinals in their march toward first place, 3 outs away from a crucial win here, and Adames is the man they turn to, and they wouldn't have it any other way.
I mentioned his ability to run up the strikeout numbers back when he was a starter. His first appearance of the year went just 2/3 of an inning coming in relief there, but after that, picked up 7 strikeouts, 10 strikeouts, 4 strikeouts, and 7 strikeouts, and you can see why that had him near the league leaders in punchies early on in the season. Of course, Hector Yan more than happy to take the mantle as the Cardinals strikeout artist at bay, and that's what you've seen from him this year. But Adames transitioning into this reliever role, and quite frankly, it's a role the Cardinals have needed. That has been something for all the mixing and matching Luis Bernardo has done with the lineup, where it seems like he can't go away from the right answer. It just seems like he keeps bumping into another great choice. It's been a little harder for him to find the right kind of pecking order for his bullpen. So you imagine Adames coming through and being what he's been for this Cards team. It's been quite a breath of fresh air for Adames, and helps you set things a little more. We talk about it in the lineup all the time. If you get that power bat, kind of slots everybody in better. If you get that true number 1 guy, kind of allows everybody else to just kind of move down the pecking order and strengthen that pen in a big, big way.
And if you think about it, Adames kind of was their biggest deadline add. I mean, they were without him from the 3rd week of June all the way through until the deadline. And to add that swing and miss into the bullpen gives the team something that they were looking for, I think, earlier on in the year. And it really helps round out the back end of that pitching staff.
Yeah, certainly does. Smybert up at bat now for the Jackfish. We saw him put a gracious swing on one earlier on in the game, just hooked foul. So I wonder if that's lurking in the back of the mind of a few Cardinals, if not Adames here. And Adames falling behind in the count. That brings it to 3-1 for the first batter he's faced in the game here. Welland down to their final 3 outs. It is a 3-run lead for the Cardinals. Massive game with playoff implications for the Cards here. Welland leading them by 1. Cardinals sitting at 3rd. Of course, you really want to get to the top 3 spots. Top 5 teams make the playoffs, but top 3 earn a series. That one scoots off the arm of McGill, and they're going to have to eat it. Herman covering over to help. McGill frustrated with himself there, and we'll see the first base runner of the night that Frazis Adames will have to deal with.
Now, bouncing ball hits a kind of an awkward spot. Smybert did a good job to get ahead in the count there, but that's one of those ones where even if McGill does come up with it, it's probably going to be a bang-bang play at first. Adames would have had to travel all the way over to the bag, and McGill was deep in the hole. Again, he might have overran this ball a little bit, and that's one that maybe a very, very experienced first baseman comes up with. No shame in it. McGill has had a good day at first up until this point, and the Cardinals are just going to have to try and work around this leadoff runner.
Yeah, we saw the diving play he made earlier in the game, and, of course, base runner not the thing you want here, and Welland not afraid to use it when they've got it. That one is ripped into the hole between first and second, mostly because McGill had to hold the runner on there, and all of a sudden there's a quick 2 runners on, and the tying run is at the dish for the Jackfish.
That one a much less hard hit ball by Brennan Luther, but again, it finds that hole, and with the infield kind of at double play depth, he was able to sneak it through there, and the double play is still in order, but you got Justin Gideon up at the plate. He's been a Cardinal killer all season, exacting revenge on his former club. And the stakes are higher than ever, as it always seems to be. I feel like I've said that every game the past few weeks, Brent.
Yeah, if McGill's not holding the runner on first there, that's a ball he has a chance to get to, but with him having to hold the runner there, just absolutely no chance. And Adames, all of a sudden, coming into a clean inning, has got a big bit of trouble to work his way out of here as the Cardinals find themselves with a 3-run lead. It's the top of 9. Frazis Adames into the game. 2 runners on, no out so far, and 1 strike on the batter, and it's Justin Gideon. That one is hit hard. Golf. Dominguez going all the way back. He's going to have to make a play on it. Rattles off the top of the wall. Everybody hung up, though, because of how close Dominguez was to making the play, and everybody's going to advance. That's a loud single, but no more damage done than that. And the Cardinals find themselves in a big jam here with the bases loaded with a 3-run lead at the top of 9. We'll get a replay of it here. That ball was struck well by Gideon. Definitely had a chance. Dominguez making a play on it, unable to do so, but that one hits the top of the fence and works its way back into play. And the Cardinals find themselves in a big trouble spot here as Luis Bernardo comes out to have a mound meeting. Man, baseball games, they can turn on a dime, and we've just seen this one do that here in Bernie Arbor. Went from feeling pretty comfortable to downright hairy here with the bases loaded and no outs.
Yeah, and more really nervous innings here for this Cardinal bullpen, and the game really flashed before the Cardinals' eyes there as Justin Gideon was mere inches away from a game-tying home run, and now they are loaded up. You've got Smybert over there at third, Luther on second, and Gideon on first, and the fact that that ball hit the top of the banner is the only reason we're not tied right now. But you've got Robbie Mullen, who is one of the better resumes of any veteran power hitter in this league, stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, the good news for Adames is he's going to have the platoon advantage here. The bad news is the bases are loaded and there's no outs in the top of 9 here. That is the winning run that's at the plate. Obviously, allow it to have to go right or 1 swing here. You mentioned Mullen, a guy who's getting plenty of play time here with the Welland Jackfish. He has been held hitless in his last 2 games leading into this one, but was riding a 6-game hit streak before that. Here is the lefty. Healthy leads across the diamond. Adames getting a swing and a miss, strike 1 to start things off, helping him breathe a little easier. And, you know, for the inning going the way it has, outside of the ball to Gideon, you know, nothing hit overly hard for Welland in this game, but they have the bases loaded with no outs here, and their catcher up at the dish. Adames, lefty, see if he could take advantage of that. That's a great block by Hernandez. Of course, anything scoots by him. You imagine Welland's going to force the issue here. You know, they won't run into an out, obviously, but they're going to need to use that speed, and it's been very much a feature as opposed to a bug for them this season. Man, baseball games, they can absolutely turn on a dime, and you're seeing that here in a big way. Adames would love an out just to be able to catch his breath here. And you see the Cardinals willing to maybe trade 1 out for 2 or a run for an out in this scenario as nobody's playing in on the grass. Obviously, middle of the infield is going to be back at double play depth, but neither McGill nor Reyes playing inside. And they'd have every ability to do that, or playing in at the corners here. They'd have every ability to do that with the runners on base, but they're playing back. 2 strikes. Adames has worked himself into a 1-2 count here. Lefty delivers. That one's chopped up the middle. That's going to get through. That's going to score 1 run. A second's going to come across. They're really pushing the issue here. They'll hold the third there, and all of a sudden it is a 5-4 ball game here at Bernie Arbor. Frazis Adames running into a world of trouble, and another big hit, this time from Mullen, and the Cardinals find their lead dissipating. Now just leading by 1. It is 5-4 here in the top of 9. You know, you'll look at a team like Welland, never going to be easy in terms of the way this goes. Cardinals have been kind of cardiac comeback kids a few times in the past. Seems like they only play blowout games or exceedingly close games. So you see the way it's gone here, and that one is just shot right up the middle. Bernardo coming in to have a conversation with Adames, but with it being the second mound visit of the inning, that'll be the end of it for his night there. And just as I talk about the Cardinals maybe finding some assurity at the top end of their bullpen. They're going to have to go to another arm here for the Cardinals as they look to get out of a jam. Still no outs in this inning. There's a runner on third. That's the tying run, the winning run, or what would be the go-ahead run, I should say, is on first for Welland here. And it is 26 Logan Workington coming in to get the ball, and hopefully a couple of, or 3 outs for the Cardinals here.
Yeah, some activity for Welland as Logan Grant comes in to pinch run for Robert Mullen. You figured that'd be a straight swap at catcher, and meanwhile down in the bullpen with all this action, Davey Mendez, the league leader in strikeout rate, has gotten up, one of the most feared closers in this league, and it's just crazy the way baseball works sometimes. We talked about how the Cardinals bullpen had been really struggling. They had their first scoreless night last night in, I believe, 2 weeks it was. It was the July 31st game at home against the Barrie Baycats. Last time the Cardinals bullpen didn't give up a run, but you bring Francis Adames into a 3-run game. Everything had gone so swimmingly up to this point. He is not able to get an out, and there's, again, so many ways you can look at it. He gave up 3 ground balls. Maybe only one of them was hard hit, and then the ball off the wall by Gideon. I think if normal results followed that kind of process, you could say he'd have 2 outs right now. He'd maybe have given up a run. But all of a sudden, Logan Workington, who had a scoreless 8th last night against Barrie, is coming in to face a Welland team that got him pretty good a couple Saturdays ago with the tying run on third and the go-ahead run on first. Men on the corners, nobody out, already 2 in this inning. Welland threatening to tie and even take the lead. This is a very daunting situation facing Logan Workington right now.
Yeah, it's been a good week for Workington. You mentioned the scoreless. He works against Barrie there. Also pitching a scoreless inning against Chatham-Kent, where he doesn't even allow a hit. Just the 1 walk in that one. No walks allowed in the inning against Barrie. Just the 1 strikeout though between the two outings there, as you mentioned. A rough one against Welland back in July, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he is going to have his hands full as it's Barrett coming to the dish now. You mentioned one of the most feared power hitters in this league. And this is a big spot for him. I imagine you're going to see the Cardinals playing in a little bit here, but with just the 2 outs, the double play would not get them out of this inning. You do wonder how aggressively they'll try to cut down that run at home, because it would be the tying run in this ball game. Here is Workington, lefty. That's a first pitch ball by the Cardinals reliever.
Similar fashion that the Cardinals came undone in the 7th inning on Tuesday in Chatham. It was about 7 or 8 batters before they managed to get an out. You just got to start there. Get out number 1. Forget the score for a second. Just get yourself a little bit closer.
Yeah, and there it is, picking up the first strike of the at-bat. Can't get an out without getting a strike, generally speaking. And that brings the count to 1-1. Workington, the 25-year-old out of Domain, Manitoba, his 2nd year in the CBL, standing 6'1", 210 pounds. Good frame on the lefty. Good stash as well. See Workington, quick check on first, delivering. That one's fouled off. Strikeout here would go a long way to changing the complexion of the inning. Obviously, you just want to get an out, like you mentioned, given the way this inning has trended. But man, oh man, if it can come without putting the ball in play, that would go a long way to helping out the Cardinals get out of this jam and finish off the ball game. Runners on the corner. Workington into the game after Adames gave up a handful of runs. Quick check at first.
Just making sure the pinch runner Grant's awake down there.
Yeah, it's smart play, but also brazen one. You know, you have McGill, a guy not a standard first baseman over there, not his regular position, and obviously the tying run at third, that gets away from him. It absolutely brings into play that run coming across. Workington looking outside, delivering outside. Now the ball is dropped. Quick little bluff by the pinch runner, but he gets his way back to first. That brings the count to 2-2 here. No outs in the top of 9. 2 runs have come across to score for Welland in this. A lot at play in this game. These 2 teams battling for playoff position. They are 2-3 in the CBL headed into this one. With a Cardinals win, they'd be tied for second. With a Welland win, they would extend their lead to 2 games. Now one is fouled straight back. That is right over our heads, Matt. Unable to make a play on it, mostly because of the roof that's standing between me and the ball. But that'll make it 2 strikes again, and Workington will look to do it again with a 2-2 count on Barrett.
Another nice at-bat here by Grayson Barrett. And Gio Morello on deck, Jonah Weisner in the hole. Just a ton of lefties, as is the case with the Welland Jackfish.
Yeah, runners on first and third. A lot to think about. That one is jam shot. Herman able to make the play. Okay, I said strikeout. I said no ball in play. That's the best other option outside of that. That is a huge, huge first out for the Cardinals in this inning. Great job by Workington, inducing some very weak contact from Barrett with the flare shot out to Darlin Herman.
Yeah, Workington really got in on Barrett's hands there. It's what you want to do in a lefty-lefty matchup when a strikeout or a pop-out is in order. A little cue shot harmlessly into the glove of Herman. One step closer, but still a very long way to go.
Yeah, very, very long way to go. Also one pitch away. Baseball, funny game. How can it be a long way to go and they could be one pitch away? Well, exactly this situation here. Rainy Reyes playing in on the grass. McGill holding the runner at first. Middle of the infield, the double play depth. We see them squaring to bunt. The runner's coming home. Workington shovels it there. He's unable to make the play. Hernandez is upset. Thought he got him, but that will tie the game for Welland. Gutsy play getting the bunt down, and Hamilton is not out of trouble yet with runners at first and second and just one out in the inning. That ties the game at 5.
Boy, what a play.
That's such a tough play for Workington, not only just in general, but then you have the stakes of the moment there. Tries to pick it up with his glove, shovels it over pretty efficiently, but that little bobble is likely what cost him. And then still, that is a bang play at home. Obviously, the umps stand him right on top of it. He's got as good a view of it as any, but man, Hernandez desperately close to cutting down the threat at the plate there. All of a sudden, we've got a 5-5 game. And there's a first pitch strike from Workington, whose job isn't done. You know, the emotions may be flying, but certainly a lot of work left to do here with runners on first and second and just one out in the inning. It's now a tie ball game here, and probably a good time to revisit what the Cardinals have lurking ahead of them. Mendez warming up in the pen for Welland, as you mentioned, one of the most, if not the most dangerous relievers in the CBL. Workington wondering what was wrong with that one, unable to get the call there, and that brings the count to 1-1. We mentioned the crowd tonight, very locked-in crowd, increasingly ornery crowd. Wouldn't blame them, starting to question some decisions, not from Bernardo, but more from the man behind the dish. We'll see how this crowd is able to handle themselves here, as we'll have at least another half inning of baseball. And Workington unable to steal the strike on the inside there, but to be throwing a little off-speed pitch on the inside of the plate here with the lefty-lefty matchup.
I still can't believe that bunt play. Like you were talking about, maybe milliseconds earlier, Workington gets the ball to the glove. They got the out of the plate. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just that tiny bobble. Such a tough play, and that's what you want to ask of you. That's the position you want to put in, right? Force fielders to make tough plays. Workington really did just about everything right, other on the little transfer there. And again, game of inches, game of milliseconds on both ends there, as Hernandez, I think, had a pretty good case, feeling like he got the out, but unable to do so. It's a 2-2 count for Workington here, looking to pick up the second out of the inning. Runners on first and second. Welland scored 3 times to tie the game here in the top of 9. Shooting that one foul. Staying alive here, keeping the count at 2-2. Workington coming off back-to-back good outings, as we mentioned. Scoreless in both of them, hitless in the one preceding the outing against Barrie yesterday. That one is hit hard on the ground, but it'll end up going foul, so they'll do it all over again at 2-2. Man, you want to talk about how the feeling in a ballpark can change on a dime here. You know, crowd still very engaged, still very loud, but man, it went from jovial, happy, laughing, oh, they're going to win. And it feels very, very different now here in Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Runners at first and second. 2-2 is the count, 1 out. Workington checking on second. Now one a good piece of late hitting there just to get the hands out and foul that ball off. Wisner was never looking to put that ball in play. That was a complete stay alive swing from him there. We see Workington deliver the pitch outside, and that'll bring the count to 3-2. Wisner is in complete fight-off mode here, but does a good job staying away from that. That brings the count full to 3-2. Workington, pitch count starting to climb in this inning for him. Garcia up and getting loose in the Cardinals' pen there. Also, his band of brothers down there in the Cardinals pen watching this one with great intent. Cardinals would love nothing more than a 9th inning rally, but if they're able to get out of this, it would be a lot easier for them. That one is hit high. Dominguez going to have to give chase to it, but is able to do so, catching it at the track. It's deep enough to advance both runners, though, despite Dominguez's strong arm. That'll bring the second out of the inning there. Nickel holding the tag on just in case he slid off the bag. But all of a sudden, it is 2 outs here, and Workington is an out away from getting out of the jam. Still some trouble, runners on second and third, but that won't be an issue if he's able to deal with Abe at the plate.
So at first glance, it may not make a ton of sense for Welland to have a runner tag and go to third with 2 away, but what Morello going to second does is put both go-ahead runs in scoring position for one of the best singles hitters in the league. With Abe coming up, that's a brilliantly executed play on the bases by Welland.
Well, and also, not that I'd want to speak this into existence, but with an infield that'll bounce around on you a little bit, or a play like that, all of a sudden it becomes very, very beneficial. And Welland takes the lead on a pitch that gets all the way to the backstop, and all of a sudden the Cardinals went from being on cruise control to needing to fight for a victory in the 9th inning here. Still some work to do. And you talk about runners advancing, you're talking about why they would, you're just explaining why it was so smart. And I know we didn't want it to, but it came to fruition in a hurry there.
Boy, the Jackfish were, again, setting up a go-ahead single by Daiki Abe, and even against the lefty, you like his chances of doing it, but we'll take that as well.
Lefty-lefty matchup. Workington on Abe here. Mentioned the bat-to-ball skills that Welland has. They've really put it on display in this inning. Hasn't been a case of, undoing from the Cardinals' perspective. There was the ball that bounced on McGill, and, you can't ask anything more of what Workington did on the play to shuffle the bunt home. That one from Hernandez, pretty tough to block as well. So Welland's just done a good job of kind of forcing Hamilton on their toes in this one. Of course, forcing Adames out of the game as well. There's a little swing and the miss over the top for Abe, and that brings the second strike of the inning, or of the at-bat on Abe, and Workington is 1 strike away from getting out of this and giving way to a Cardinals offense that will now need a comeback attempt in the bottom of 9. Left-hander Workington, 25 years old, out of Manitoba, digging in on Abe, delivering the pitch. It's on the outside. He picks up strike 3. Long, windy road to get there, but the Cardinals pick up a 3rd out. Didn't come until they surrendered 4 runs in the inning. 6-5 is the score. Welland leading things now with quite the comeback here, scoring 5 runs in the last 2 innings. Cardinals have put 3 on the board and then single spot a couple of other times. They'll need at least 1 if they want to continue the ball game. 2 if they want to win it here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium, and the Cardinals bats are going to have to get going. Now, the good thing about the Cardinals they have going for them here, there's no bad spot for the Cardinals to come up in the lineup here. Really seems like it is something that they have trusted just about every guy in the lineup, and they're going to have to do that tonight, because that man you see jogging in there, the right-hander Mendez, he has been effectively the Terminator in the CBL. Pick your scary reliever du jour, and Mendez has been that for this league. Cardinals have their hands full in a big way here, Matt.
Yeah, Davey Mendez needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. 15 appearances this season as the Jackfish closer, 6 saves, 23 1/3 innings, 1.16 ERA, 42 Ks to 13 walks. Those are daunting numbers. 16.2 strikeouts per 9 for Davey Mendez. 5 walks per 9 and a 129 whip, so he's not like he's immune to base runners or anything, but still one of the nastiest relievers in this league, leading in strikeout rate, as I said earlier. If there's a silver lining about this for the Cardinals, is that Mendez has only lost 2 games this season. He's only lost 3 in his entire regular season career in the CBL. And one of them, just over a month ago, was to these Hamilton Cardinals. He came in, tried to get a 5-out save in the bottom of the 8th with the Jackfish leading 3-2 and surrendered 2 runs. It was a go-ahead sac fly that got the job done in that game for Hamilton. So they're going to have to channel whatever they did off of him a couple of weeks ago here in their last home contest against the Welland Jackfish if they want to win this ball game, and it looks like it's going to be 9-1-2 Reyes, Nickel, and Dominguez against the imposing right-hander.
Well, and you mentioned the success Hamilton has had against him. Again, relatively limited. That's how it goes. But Mendez has not been unflappable. Gave up 3 hits to London earlier this month on the first of it. And that was in 1 2/3 inning of work, just with the 1 strikeout in that outing as well, facing 8 batters there. He's also, been somebody who's been able to go multiple innings. So be very curious to see the way they handle it. I know the Cardinals would love there to be 0 opportunity for him to go multiple innings here. It's going to be the 9th-hole hitter, Rainy Reyes, leading things off. This is the all-star third baseman for the Cardinals. Righty-righty matchup that Mendez is going to have to work with, also with Nickel lurking in the on-deck circle. There comes the pitch, high and outside. Reyes working ahead in the count, and patience going to have to be a virtue for the Cardinals up here. Mendez, not exactly a guy that's going to just throw you meatballs, and if you start expanding the zone with his swing and miss stuff, could be over in a hurry here. So you'd imagine the Cardinals will have to take a pretty patient approach this inning. See if Reyes is able to continue that beyond the first pitch. Here comes Mendez delivering the 1-0. That one's hit high in the air, deep. Gideon ranging over, comfortably makes the play. There's the first out of the inning, and the Cardinals are down to just 2 outs.
Yeah, swing decisions are going to be really important in this bottom of the 9th. Brent, as you said, Reyes looks at one and then got a pitch he thought he could drive, and not the worst swing in the world. Got a little bit under it, though. Plenty of room out there for Justin Gideon, and the Cardinals' hopes are going to come down to their top 2 hitters in their lineup. They've been on fire in recent weeks. Dominguez has been all over this one here today. So it's their best against Welland's best, really.
Yeah, certainly is. If you have to get a hit to extend the ball game, and I suppose the Cardinals aren't technically at that place yet, we're getting pretty close to being there. How about a guy with an OPS over 1,000 and an average at 400? Does that work for you? Would that be something I could interest you in? Because if so, that's the man. And Brandon Nickel right here has been a very, very dangerous, very professional hitter for the Cardinals, and he'll look to give them a little bit of life here in this one. They need at least 1 run to extend the game, 2 to win it. Already 1 out in the bottom of 9th. Nickel taking a big cut at that one, fouled up back over our heads, bringing the count to 1-1 on the Cardinals shortstop.
I like Nickel going after that ball there on 1-0. He put a good swing on it, was just a tad late fouling it back over our heads, had some good distance to it. That's the type of swing you need to put on a Mendez fastball if it's in the zone. As they used to say when we were kids, Brent, faster it comes in, faster it goes in.
Sure it does. Sure it does. 5 homers on the year for Nickel. Obviously not a traditional power threat, but you don't get the OPS over 1,000 without having a little bit of pop there. We'll see if the Cardinal shortstop can lean into that. It's a 1-1 pitch. Swinging over the top of it is Nickel. Mendez unafraid to challenge pitch there. And we'll see how he handles this with a head in the count now at 1-2. 13 doubles for Nickel this year, 1 away from last year's 14. Doing that in 39 games, this 37th game he'll have played for the Cardinals this year. High for Mendez, bringing the count to 2-2 as Nickel, as we mentioned, patient approach, swing decisions are going to be key. Carlos Dominguez guaranteed an at-bat. Beyond that, we know Darlin Herman 3rd, Tyler Duncan 4th. If you want to get really greedy, Dario Barrera at 5th for the Cards. Should they need that many batters? Should they get that many batters? Mendez would love to have it go another way. Nickel at 2-2 here. See if he can keep this count alive or dash something out there for a hit. Nickel watching it, good patient approach. And as we talked about with Mendez, very strong reliever. Nobody's perfect. The walks will be there. The control can go away from you. And if you're somebody that's going to get swing and miss, you can do it in the zone. But generally speaking, you're going to have to get guys to expand. And we'll see how Mendez handles this 3-2 full count situation. Nickel has worked himself back into. Fell behind 2-1. Fouled off a pitch. Watched a couple balls. Brings himself to a 3-2 count here for the Cardinals leadoff man. 25-year-old out of Combs, BC. Pitch from Mendez, low. Catcher tried to stick it, unable to get the call, and that's going to give the Cardinals a little life. Tying run is on base. Winning run coming to the plate in Carlos Dominguez here.
Stone cold take from Brandon Nickel. That's the kind of demeanor you have to have. in the bottom of the ninth, down 1 against probably the best closer in the league. Very close fastball. I'm surprised we didn't see Mendez try and get him fishing at a slider once or twice in that at-bat, but Nichols saw that one all the way. Grant with the frame attempt is no good. That's a big base runner for the Cardinals.
I'm surprised Nichols had the stones to take there. 3-2, that's as close as she gets. And hey, give him credit. He got the call, and he finds himself standing at first. But if you watch that pitch for strike 3, probably not going to be too happy with yourself. Dominguez watching nothing, going up there hacking. 1 out in this. Darlin Herman lurking on deck now, one of the Cardinals' more dangerous hitters. But Dominguez might have the most pop of anyone on this Cardinals team. Nickel lurking off first. We'll see how much they force the issue here. It is a substitute catcher in the game for Welland. Dominguez hitting one high, hitting one deep. That's going to go, gone! Carlos Dominguez walks it off for the Cardinals. It wasn't easy. It was a long, windy road, but the Cardinals are tied for second place in the CBL with Welland after walking it off. Nickel gets on base with a walk, and Dominguez sends it deep into the Hamilton night to pick up another win for the Cardinals, and they're now tied for second in the CBL with Welland. What a win here at home in the Hammer. You like that, Matt? How you like that?
How you doing? How you doing, partner?
I'm doing great. They don't wait. Caleb Sarosky couldn't wait to get the Gatorade shower going, and I can't blame him. We've had a lot of exciting nights here at the ballpark. That is as good as it gets. Carlos Dominguez sending one into the night sky over a wall in left center, and the Cardinals are tied for second. What a ball game here. Wasn't easy, but sometimes a little long journey can make you appreciate it a little more. What a night at the ballpark, Matt.
Well, the Cardinals, Brent, have an unfortunate habit of submitting a Game of the Year candidate to the CBL about once a week, and as much as I worry about how that is for my nervous system, that is one of the biggest swings in recent memory, really, for the Hamilton Cardinals. Carlos Dominguez goes up there against Davey Mendez, and it's funny because I was going to say after the first pitch fastball he swung and missed at, that he wouldn't get a better pitch to hit in that at-bat, and then Mendez gave him another heater.
And here it is. You see that full extension from Dominguez. Little tip for everyone at home. If you don't know if it's gone, watch the guy who hit it. He'll usually give you a pretty good indication. He was watching, he was leaning, and you see him send that over the fence in left center. Dominguez has massive power, and you saw him lean into it there. This will shock you. He gets the belt as the player of the game. Cannot be surprised by that at all. You see the reaction from Luis Bernardo there. All the games matter. The ones back in April and May, they matter just as much. But man, oh man, this feels like a playoff atmosphere here tonight. And Welland's a team you're probably going to have to go through one way or another if you want to have some playoff success. And you see Carlos Dominguez here. He looks like a conquering hero come to town. This is incredible. Caleb Sarosky, he is one to get the big ice cooler out. He couldn't wait. He'd already dumped it, so they had to go get some smaller bottles of water for Dominguez to get thrown on there. Easy choice for the player of the game tonight. Cardinals pick up a second straight win, and coming over Welland feels all the more important here. Dominguez got to feel like a conquering hero. We've talked about this, Matt. There are a lot of guys on this team that have home run power, but if you're doing a farthest home run derby, who can hit the biggest bomb? Dominguez might be the guy as the clubhouse leader, and you can see why with that swing.
And it's funny, a lot of the homers for Dominguez have been coming against lefties, especially of late. He had the huge one yesterday against Frank Garces, but he knew what he was up against right there. Brent, a big velocity fastball from Davey Mendez. He tried to double up on it. He was ready for it, and the Cardinals had what it took in the bottom of the ninth. It is another blown lead, but the offense comes through. And just what a ridiculous stretch of games the Cardinals have been putting forth of late. And the schedule is just getting even tighter and tighter. You mentioned Sunday home, Monday away, Tuesday back home, 3 more next weekend, 4 more the weekend after that to finish off the regular season. And that is a game the Cardinals simply couldn't afford to lose once they got into the situation they were in the 8th. And just a fantastic job by Nickel and Dominguez. They've been getting it done all year, and they got it done here when it mattered most.
Would you like a little more good news? the Leafs have added to their lead. They're up 10-5 on London. That one's in the bottom of 5 or bottom of 8. Everything is coming up Cardinals tonight. Everything leaving the yard, at least it was on that Carlos Dominguez swing. What a night here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. And we are here with the hero of the game, Carlos Dominguez, joining us now along with the interpreter here, Dario Barrero. Dario, first things first, just congratulations to you guys. Can you ask Carlos, did he know that one was out the second he hit it, or did he have to watch it a little bit before he knew it was gone?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear it.
Can you ask Carlos if he knew that was out the second it hit his bat, or did it take him a second before he knew it was gone?
Que si tú te diste cuenta, apenas tú le diste la bola, que si estaba fuera, te tomó un segundo para decir, se fue. No, pero que si tú sabías que ella ya se iba, apenas tú le diste. Sí. Yeah, he knows.
Okay, I was wondering. He looked pretty confident on that. Can you ask him if it feels like he's kind of finding his power stroke here, leaning into the home run power? How much does that kind of help him when you're able to hit a couple in back-to-back days?
Que tú eres un tremendo bateador, que demostró bastante fuerza. ¿Qué sientes tú que te ha ayudado para dar 2 bombazos en 2 juegos seguidos? He said, I just chill at home.
Love it. Love that. It's been awesome. Congratulations to you guys, and good luck the rest of the weekend. A huge win over Welland, and congrats on the big swing, Carlos.
Él dice que muchas felicitaciones para nosotros dos, que tremendo juego y bueno, ¿qué vas a decir?
Dile que el trabajo no se ha terminado así mismo.
He said the job is not finished yet. We will keep working. Exactly. You say exactly.
Right on.
Love that. Thank you, Dario. Appreciate the translating for us there. Just like I appreciate all of the cast and crew here at Cable 14, just like you appreciate your Cardinals baseball. What a win. Dominguez walking it off with a shot into the night sky off one of the best closers in the CBL. It is a 7-6 win for the Cards, and they'll look to do it again when they're back in business on Sunday. For Matt Creeley and all the crew here, I'm Brent Gunning. It's been a winning edition of Cardinals baseball and Cable 14 baseball here at Friday night. A beautiful night, beautiful pictures, beautiful sounds, and it all finished with a beautiful Carlos Dominguez swing. Thanks so much, and we'll be back with another broadcast here on Cable 14.
Adele is one of our current staff members. She had a rough, challenged life, and it was because of your support that made that difference. She is now on the right track, continuing her education, going into a college, looking into the field of child and youth, and it's because you made that difference. So I want you to continue to donate to the United Way of
Unbelievable.
You have a jacuzzi? Absolutely.
Oh hey there, my name is Steven Sobot, and I'm your host for Breaking Pack, the show that opens up the latest and newest trading cards to see what we can find inside these boxes. From Pokemon to Magic the Gathering to hockey or other sports to what other card game I get my hands on. Catch us on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. Check out Breaking Pack here on Cable 14 to quench your thirst for cardboard addiction.
Much of your life feeling stressed, tense, or exhausted? Do you wish you could make friends with your body and increase your strength and flexibility? Yoga is an ancient, science-backed practice that can provide relief from the demands of everyday life. My name is Katie McClelland, and I have been practicing and teaching yoga since 1997. I am passionate about sharing this practice, and I want to welcome you to Yoga with Katie. Thank you so much for joining me today. So I have Taylor and Sid here with me, and we're going to kick off this episode of Yoga with Katie in a way that's never been done before on the show. At the studio, I incorporate chanting into my yoga classes. I love the utilization of the voice. I think it's a really important part of spiritual practice. I also think it's a really important part of the human experience in terms of expressing oneself. It's just so cool that we're all born with an instrument that we can hone and cultivate and utilize to not only clear stagnant energy around our own throats, but also to unify a room, to create a sense of community. And with yoga chants, often what we're doing is we're paying homage to our past, present, and future teachers. And we're also paying homage to the qualities, the aspirational qualities and values that we are looking to embody. So yoga isn't just about stretching and strengthening. There's ethical guidelines that actually form the foundation of yoga practice. And so chanting is one way to remind ourselves that we want to try to be the very best version of ourselves that we can be. And we want to use this practice of yoga to tune in to the part of ourselves that is unchanging. So that steady part of ourselves that is a witness to our life experience and that is rooted in infinite amounts of love for oneself and love for others. So we're going to start with the Gayatri Mantra. This mantra is in the Sanskrit language, which is arguably the oldest language, and the Gayatri Mantra is said to be the very first song that was sung in Sanskrit. So this is arguably the first song ever sung by humans. There's many different renditions of it with many different melodies, and we're going to chant a melody that we use in our teacher training class. So this is really a special moment for me and for all three of us. All right, you guys ready? All right, so hands at the heart center. Take a moment to just ground yourself in the sacredness of this practice, the mystery of this practice. Big breath in, clear out with an exhale, and breathe in. Om Bhurбhuvah Svah tat savitur varenyam bargo devasya dimahirio yona prachodaya om bhurvuvasava tat savitur varenyam bargo devasya dimahirio yona prachodaya om bhurvuvasava tat savitur varenyam bargo devasya dimahirio yona prachodaya om bhurvuvasava tat savitur varenyam bargo devasya dimahirio yona prachodayam. Take a deep breath in. Exhale out. If your eyes are closed, you can allow your eyes to open. And from a seated position, let's lean back into the hands, give the legs a little bit of a shake. That was very brave, you guys. I know that singing in public is like, it's got to be up there in the top 5 or 10 things that terrify people. Come forward to a kneeling position. Curl your toes under if you're comfortable doing so. And then just take a gorilla position with your hands. We're going to stretch out the backs of the wrists and just shift the weight from side to side a few times. So as you just stretch out the forearms here, just be mindful of how much weight you're putting into the hands. I'll just give you a little heads up that what we're going to be exploring in today's practice is Shirshasana or headstand. This is considered to be the king of all asanas. It's actually touted as allowing people to be immortal, although I don't know if that's true, but I will say it slows the aging process. There's no doubt about that because it reverses the flow of blood, triggers the parasympathetic nervous system, and certainly slows our systems down so that we age more slowly. The immortality piece, we'll see. You can turn your hands around here. I have to laugh because when I spent a year in India, on one of my first days there, I bought a box of cereal, and the back of the cereal promised that it would give me immortality if I ate it every day. So I thought, oh, this is just a thing in India. Immortality is promised to everyone. Okay, so give your hands a little shake. Sid, I'm sure you'd have some comments to make on that. Go ahead and take a downward facing dog. And pedal your heels out and use this as an opening pose to stretch out and to wake up the body. And then raise your heels high, inhale the breath, exhale, bend your knees, and then step or hop your feet to the top. Let's do 3 halfway lifts. So inhale, heart forward, exhale, fold. Yeah, let the head go. Let's do that again. Inhale, find that space. Exhale to bow. Good. One more time. Breathe in, breastbone away from the navel. Exhale to fold. And then inhale, come all the way up with a hint of a smile on your face. Exhale, pull in the energy that we'll need for today's practice. Okay, so grab your strap and let's do some shoulder flossing, because what we'll need for a proficient headstand is shoulders that are not only strong, but also mobile. So as you guys take your straps and start to floss the shoulders back and forth, and folks at home, you don't have to go all the way back with your strap if your shoulders don't allow for that. But just explore your range of motion. Feel that stretch through your chest. Take it slowly. Don't move too fast. Yeah. Careful, we don't want to get hit in the face with the end of the strap. That's never happened in my 30-year teaching career, so let's not make today that first time. But as we open the shoulders, what this is going to allow us to do when we go upside down is it's going to allow us to take the arms into a position where we can balance the majority of our weight on our elbows with only a little bit of weight on the crown of the head. And we'll be able to raise our arms high enough because of this shoulder flossing that our body will stay in a neutral position when we're upside down and our ribs won't flare out too much. The more we can stack our bones in a really integral way, the easier our headstand is going to feel, because we're not going to have parts of our body trying to pull us out of our center, out of our balance. Okay, so that's enough. You can finish with the strap in front and then just place it to the side. And then stand at the top of your mat and roll your shoulders up, back, and down a few times. And then building some more heat in the body, go ahead and raise the arms overhead on an inhale. Exhale, fold forward from the hip creases. You can bend your knees generously here and let your head relax. Take a breath in for your halfway lift. As you exhale, ground your palms with your fingers spread wide. Take a vinyasa, which is that flow of your plank, push-up, up dog, and down dog. Or if you'd like to eliminate that flow sequence that I so often like to put into my classes and my practices, you can always just skip it and go right to your downward facing dog. So downward dog itself is a shoulder opener. So if you could even work up to holding this pose for a full minute or even up to 5 minutes a day, you would be amazed at how much mobility this brings to your shoulders and how much straighter you would stand as you move throughout your day-to-day activities. But for now, we're going to move from our downward dog into a plank position. So shift your weight forward so that the shoulders are right over the wrists. Careful that you don't go too far here, guys. So wiggle your feet back just a little bit further. Yeah, that's it. Now, keeping the fingers spread really wide on that right hand, I want you to just dip your heels over to the right side and reach your left arm overhead, taking either a modified plank or a side plank or a full plank with your ankles stacked one on top of the other. Yeah, or if you feel like you're ready for a plank variation, you can lift that leg up and try different destabilizing factors here to increase the challenge. Okay, now I want you to bring your inner ankles together. We're going to look down and slither that left forearm underneath us into a forearm plank on the opposite side. So this time it's a little bit less about the shoulder, although it still is involving the shoulder, but you're going to feel it more in the core as well. Pull your head back in space slightly so that your ears are in line with your shoulders. Yeah, brace through your core to try to take out any little shakes or vibrations. I know easier said than done. And then we're going to come into a full forearm plank with both arms down and our fingertips pointing forwards on the mat. Now drop your hips enough that they're in line with your shoulders, but puff up through your upper back. And now, like a little hovercraft, I want you to glide forward a few inches and then glide back a few inches. Glide forward and then glide back. One more time here. We're going to keep the challenge level going. Now stack your shoulders right on top of the elbows, tighten your core even more, and then take your right hand to plank followed by your left. Push yourself all the way up and then downward facing dog. Really good job, you guys. I kind of increase the energy in my voice there to help you at home dig deep and find those reserves of strength and energy that you do have available to you. But sometimes you just need that extra encouragement and that extra nudge to find it. So let's raise the heels high on an inhale. Exhale, bend the knees. With empty lungs, step or hop your feet up. Breathe in, finding that space. Breathe out to find that release. And then on strong legs, inhale, come all the way up, lift through the pelvic floor, hands to heart on the exhalation, shoulders soft. Again, breathe in, reach your arms up, look up. Exhale, fold forward, let your head go. Inhale for the halfway lift. Exhale, ground the palms. You find your flow at your own pace, or you go straight back to a downward dog and you pause there. So what's going to help us with our shoulder stability here is really keeping those fingers spread wide and pressing most of the weight into the L shape of the inner palms and the index fingers and thumbs. So let's shift forward into the plank position again. This time find your side plank on the left side. So you'll notice here that Taylor repositioned her hand. That's a really good cue. I'm a little bit more like Sid. I tend to keep my hand where it already was, but centering it can give you better stability. Feel free to play around with a variation of this side plank position if you like. Try to lift up out of that left shoulder as much as you can, and then go ahead and slither that right forearm underneath you into your forearm plank. So Sid, you're going to be here and you're going to go onto the side. Yeah, that's it. Understandable why you would want to forget that this was here. Good. Stacking the inner ankles, stitching your ribs in a little bit towards your hip bones. Good. And then come into a full forearm plank. And then bring your knees down for a moment. I want you to try to flip your palms like so. See if you can click all 10 fingernails into the mat. I know it's hard to get the thumbs down, but just something to try. And then step your feet back into a plank from this position. Ooh, nice. Now dip your heels to the right, dip your heels to the left. Go back and forth here just a few times. So good. Zen-like expression on the faces, like this is no big deal. Good. And come back to center, bring your knees down, and then we'll come into a child's pose and stretch out through the arms and the armpits. So a few variations here. You can take the palms of the hands together and point the fingertips straight up. You can do what Sid's doing, placing the fingers on the shoulder blades. Or you could take a more traditional child's pose with your arms stretched out in front, or your hands stacked fist on fist with your forehead resting on your stacked hands. Okay, so let's bring ourselves up to a kneeling position here. And you can sit back on your heels and roll your shoulders a few times. So the trick with some of these more advanced poses is we want to wake up the muscles required to do these postures. We want to mobilize them as well, but we don't want to tire ourselves out so much that then that final pose is no longer a possibility. Do we have enough energy in us to try dolphin? Yeah, we're good? Okay. All right, so from this position, you're going to come down as if you were setting up for headstand, wrapping your fingertips around the outer upper arms. And then you'll take the fingertips out to meet and then interlace your fingers. Can you make sure that you're really balancing on the razor's edge of what is called the ulna? Okay, so it's this forearm bone, and you want the flesh of the forearm tractioned to the inside of the bone, and this feeling of kind of pushing the elbows down and out. Now curl your toes under, lift your hips up and back, and this is basically a forearm downward facing dog that you're doing. If you're tight through the hamstrings, I recommend you have your feet at least hips width apart, heels lifted, knees generously bent, so that you can focus on pressing your chest closer towards your legs, okay? If you've got the flexibility, you can straighten your legs and press the heels down. Now either hold it here or take your gaze towards your knuckles and glide your chin forward as if you were peering over the edge of a cliff, and then press yourself back. And I'm going to challenge you to do this anywhere between 5 to 10 times. Like if you were doing your own practice at home on your own without my instruction, doing this at least 10 times a day would be an amazing way to strengthen and mobilize your shoulders. You might even be able to tap your chin on the floor in front of your knuckles. Yeah. Okay, and after you've done that, bring your knees down, give yourself a little rest. You can do a child's pose again, or come up to kneeling and roll the shoulders a few times. Yeah, whatever would feel good for the shoulders. And then let's try one more dolphin variation before we go into our full headstand. So, coming back up here to a kneeling position. Set your arms up. It's quite a tight grip. So a lot of folks kind of think that you're just touching the fingertips to the elbows, but you want to wrap your fingers, including your thumbs, around your upper arms. And then you take your fingertips out, okay? Interlace your fingers, curl your toes under, bring yourself back up into your dolphin position. And this would also be a great prep pose for a forearm balance called Pincha Mayurasana. But we're using it today again here just to prep ourselves for what it's going to feel like to go upside down. So you can either let your head hang or you can look towards your hands. And I want you to take a little step forward with your right foot and lift your left leg high up. And feel that weight shift into the elbows. Feel yourself resist that weight as you push the elbows down. Good. Now step the left foot a few inches in front of the right foot and lift your right leg up. And then imagine over time you could just continuously take these little mini steps and keep walking yourself forward and forward until eventually you would become weightless and you would float up into a forearm balance. But we're not going there today, so don't worry. Go ahead and take a resting pose when you're ready, either a child's pose or a kneeling position. Do whatever you need to do to regulate your breath and to bring a little bit of softness and relief to the shoulders and to the neck. And what I've done here with Taylor and with Sid is just kind of raked my fingers across the traps. Just giving a little massage. Okay, so the big moment has arrived. Is headstand risky? Yes, it is. Okay, so you want to make sure that you are setting yourself up as safely as possible for it at home. Do it against a wall. I have nothing against using a wall for support. Of course, even if you are using a wall, I would love it if you would try to come up with as much control as possible rather than kicking your legs up with tons of momentum. But the most important thing to remember in headstand is that only about 20% of the weight is actually on the head. 80% of the weight is going to be in the arms, specifically the elbows themselves. Your hand position, honestly, every style of yoga recommends something different. After practicing yoga for 30 years, I simply interlace my fingers and allow sort of the backs of my hands to fall like so, and the palms of my hands open and just kind of cup the back of my head. I'm not so worried about your hand position because, again, 80% of the weight is going to be in the elbows, okay? So let's show everybody at home how to first set up for it. You're gonna wrap your fingertips around the upper arms. Yep, and then just like we did for our dolphin, take the fingertips out in front. Now interlace the fingers. Press your elbows down and out to traction that forearm flesh to the inside of the ulna bones. And then cup the back of your head. So it will really feel like a relatively dramatic tuck of the chin. You want to get right onto the crown of the head. Some people say the measurement is like the thumb to the middle, the tip of the middle finger, but I think that depends on the size of your nose and other things. So, but thereabouts on the center of the head. Now curl your toes under. Straighten your legs, and before you go any further, I want you to push into your elbows so that your shoulder blades slide down your back towards your waist. You see here? So there's lots of space between the ears and the shoulders. Next step would be to start to walk your feet in a little closer to your face, and then you would visit egg pose, where you float the heels in towards the hips, and you really establish that feeling of balance. That's okay, Taylor. You can go in with your legs straight if you like. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Where you would establish that center of gravity of stacking the hips over the shoulders. Then from there, you might feel like you've got the courage, just like we had the courage to sing for however many tens of thousands of you out there. You might have the courage to extend your legs up overhead. Now, once you develop confidence in your headstand, you can do all kinds of cool variations, playing around with destabilizing yourself, playing around with your center of gravity. And Taylor's doing some really cool advanced moves here. You'll notice that even as her lower body changes position, her shoulder girdle stays absolutely rigid and still. So the shoulder positioning is non-negotiable as she utilizes her core muscles to rotate her body into these different configurations. And how fun would it be to be able to do something like this, right? Right into your adult ears. I know headstand can be scary. A lot of us have never gone upside down since we were kids, but it's a great thing to aspire to because it flips our perspective upside down. It forces us to be comfortable with letting go of control. And it's very stimulating for the nervous system and for the neural pathways in the brain. Sid, that's a really impressive long headstand that you've held there. Now, something you could do as you start to find your way out of your headstand is to find a pike position with your legs at a 90-degree angle. And this requires tremendous core strength, tremendous hamstring flexibility, as well as shoulder stability. So these guys are showing you some really impressive moves here. Go ahead and float your feet all the way down to the ground. And then take either a child's pose or a kneeling position to allow the blood to flow back in its normal direction and for all of your systems to recalibrate. Find a smooth, easy breath. That was amazing. And I know it's so common for folks at home to watch and just think, well, this is really fun to watch yoga with Katie, but certainly none of these moves are for me and I could never do this. But you would really be surprised if you start a regular yoga practice either by coming to a studio. Of course, would love to have you at my studio, De La Soul Yoga in Hamilton. But you could go to any studio or you could do yoga on any sort of online platform for 15 minutes a day, and you would be amazed at how quickly your body responds to these yoga asanas, how you start to develop the mobility and the strength needed in order to not only function more optimally in your daily life, but also to be able to play around with these really fun advanced postures. So you can come up to a kneeling position and take a hero's pose here, stretching yourself back in space. Either sit on your feet, sit on your heels with your knees either together or apart, or you can take a more classical variation of hero pose with your hips grounded between the feet. Careful with your knees with this one. You might want to sit on a block if you feel some tension in the knees. Are you sure you're okay there, Taylor? It feels good? So when you're really quite flexible like Sid, you can do this fun variation where the teacher will actually stand on you. And it looks really extreme, but I'm actually creating some internal rotation in his thigh bones, which creates a lot of spaciousness through his lower back area. I hope that felt good. Yeah. Once you have enjoyed this reclined position for any length of time, you'll ease yourself up and always complete your practice with our relaxation pose, Shavasana. So take your time, swiveling your legs around, coming into that resting pose. I'll invite you to stay here for as long as you have time for. And I think what really emerged as today's theme in this practice was about finding courage and doing something that takes you out of your comfort zone, whether it's singing or standing on your head. There's so many different things you can do to just push the limit for yourself for what's possible. I want to thank you so much for joining me today. And in yoga, we say, my inner child bows to your inner child. Namaste.
Do you have feedback on Cable 14's programs? Let us know by calling 905-523-1414, extension 227, or email feedback@cable14.com.
Introducing the all-new Cable14.com. Watch what you want, when you want. Watch all of Cable 14's content live or use the website's TV guide to search for your favorite program. Discover what local events are happening in Hamilton and learn how to get involved at Cable 14 as a volunteer or community producer. Right here, right now at Cable14.com.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
Today on Hamilton Life, we'll tell you about an all-star basketball game united against violence called Rise Up, and women in music with Hamilton singer-songwriters Alex Warms and Melissa Dutch.
Hamilton cancer survivor Katie Ham talks about her treatment-induced menopause, and Crime Stoppers Hamilton celebrates 50 years.
We'll meet magician Christian Masha to see some tricks you definitely should not be trying at home. Plus, Hamilton Life's Harmony McKenzie goes on location to Blueberry Therapy to learn about pelvic health.
All that and more coming up on this edition of Hamilton Life. Well, welcome to Hamilton Life. Linda Rourke, Mike Fortune here with you. How is everyone doing? Allergy season. Mike, I am dying. Like last night, if I could take my eyeballs out of
You
my
would have done
head,
it.
I totally would have done
Put
it.
them on the dresser and put them back in the morning.
The other thing I want is that, you know, the things that you can like clean straws with?
Yep. Yeah. Let the little,
I think those should be nose itchers for those of us who suffer with allergies.
Well, who says you're not already using it, right?
Good. It would feel so good.
I have never suffered from allergies.
I hate you.
So I cannot feel your pain. I have friends. I think my dad was or still is pretty allergic to stuff. Is it the ragweed? Is it the grass? Is it the pollen? Do you know what it is?
Tree pollen, grass this time of year.
This
I'm
time of
allergic to trees, grass, and mold.
So why even go outside?
Well, because it's still nice to go outside.
Because it's still nice to go outside.
But it's crazy. And I didn't have them for a long time. Like, I think in my early 20s, I had allergies a little bit.
Yeah.
Nothing horrible. And then sat dormant for years, and then they've come back with a vengeance. It's
now,
brutal.
is this the only time of year, or does it come back a little bit in the fall?
It doesn't come, I don't get any fall allergies. It's really spring and then a little bit off and on through the summer, depending on what's going on.
But then it does
Probably
die
gray.
off.
Like, I'm sure there's other allergies mixed in there now. But now I'm concerned because I don't take allergy medicine very often, only if I absolutely have to.
Yeah.
And then I've just been reading, I got to do a deeper dive. And this is something I always tell people when I read something, I go deeper to make sure that there's some level of truth in it. But they're now linking your allergy medicines to potential dementia. So I'm like,
what'd you talk about?
right? Exactly. So I'm like, oh, I don't need issues there. So you just have to be careful to not over medicate with anything. But it's really hard because allergies can be absolutely debilitating for some people.
Moderation is the key, I guess. But again, yeah,
I've heard
if
bee
you are
pollen's supposed to be
really suffering, what else can you do? So listen, I feel for you then. I'm
Scratch,
sorry.
rub.
You're scratching and rubbing, and Dave just must be thrilled with the look you present, right?
That's
Like,
right. Yeah, it's not very pleasant
Not very
after I've been
pleasant to look
scratching and rubbing my eyes. So.
And I'm sure there are a lot of seniors out there that might be suffering from allergies.
For sure.
This is Seniors Month is June, kicked
Yeah.
off a couple days ago. I think we had some guests on a couple weeks ago. Lots going on in the city for seniors.
Which is nice.
every once in a while I get asked, or I get the coffee discount.
Stop it.
Without no one even asking.
Okay, see, that's wrong.
So I just
that is wrong.
I just accept the senior discounted
Well,
coffee.
see, there's the attitude. I love that about you.
I accept
right?
it.
Just say, okay, I'll take the discount.
Thank you. My wife and I, when we buy tickets sometimes online for the movies, we'll buy the senior tickets.
Oh, look at you.
Well, because those kids scratching the ticket, they're not more than what,
No,
16?
and they're going to think you're a senior.
We look old to them already, so it's, you know what?
Right.
More money in my pocket.
It's all in here. We're young in here, Mike.
We're young up here.
Now, I'm noticing your socks.
Yeah, always known for the socks. This
Black
is
and gold today?
Black and gold. Oski Wee Wee. Ticats home opener starts this week. This is the year for a Grey Cup championship in the Hammer.
Oh, wouldn't
It has
that be
to
good?
Has to be.
Don't we say that all the time?
We say that every year.
I do love the CFL,
Been saying it
though.
since
I
1999.
really love the CFL. I love to watch. I love to be part of it.
It's a great game.
It is a great
There's
game.
going to be some changes
Yeah,
this
I know,
year,
right?
and maybe
They do take place this year.
a couple do. Very, very soft ones, if you will. But there's going to be some more maybe next year. We'll have to wait and see.
I
Maybe
don't
we'll
want
have
us
to
to lose the CFL, though, the difference between the CFL and the NFL.
There are some beautiful differences. That's what makes it so uniquely Canadian.
Exactly.
And we have to keep those. So
We do.
maybe at some point we'll have Ron Foxcroft. Foxy will come in and give us an
I'd love to
update
see
on the
Ron.
rule changes and what isn't happening. So, but lots going on. You ready for a good show now?
You bet.
It's packed.
It is.
It's packed,
Always
and I'm looking
good.
forward to the magic.
Me too.
So with that said, after the break, my good friends at Hamilton Crime Stoppers are going to be celebrating their 50th anniversary gala. It's fast approaching, and we'll tell you why you want to go and where you can get tickets and what Crime Stoppers is all about. See you back here when we return, folks.
Bada bing. Yeah.
Get ready to blast to the past with Retro Game Time. Watch as gamers from around Hamilton battle it out in the ultimate retro gaming showdown. Who will outplay, outlast, and be crowned the ultimate Retro Game Time champion? Plus, don't miss our thrilling top 10 in each episode where we rank the unforgettable highlights and hidden gems of the gaming world. Tune in, level up, and catch Retro Game Time on Cable 14.
Will the defendant please stand?
What do you want? One last chance. I hope I never make you mad. You left me alone. I couldn't save us! For every action, there's a reaction. I don't know how to do anything else. Neither do I.
You a cop? Not exactly.
I want you to marry me.
Not guilty.
Welcome back to Hamilton Life. The Crime Stoppers of Hamilton 50th anniversary Golden Gala will be taking place on September the 24th down at Marquee Gardens, Ancaster, and celebrates a half century of the program right here in our great city. Joining me now is Corey Cooper, Gala Committee Vice Chair, and Crime Stoppers of Hamilton, Ali Fahad from Crime Stoppers of Hamilton, Chair. Nice to see you both. Welcome to our studio today. Little story. I got to know and get involved with Crime Stoppers over 25 years ago when Myra James was sitting in a chair almost similar to this. And I did all these Crime Stopper presentations. So I know the work you guys do. But Ali, let's start with you. The importance of Crime Stoppers, especially in this day and age. The importance of it. Let's talk about Crime Stoppers.
Thanks for having us, Mike. So Crime Stoppers of Hamilton and Crime Stoppers in general, most people don't know, but it operates completely separately from the police service. It is operated by citizens, civilians they form a board of directors, which is the governing body. And the purpose of the program is to encourage citizens to come forward and report their tips anonymously. So their names, their information stays completely anonymous. And the advantage of that is that tip or the information they have about any potential crimes or crimes that are being committed or are going to be committed goes to the police, and all they need is that information, and not so much who that or where the information came from. With that information, if that leads to an arrest, they're also eligible for a cash reward for up to $2,000. So again, it encourages citizens to come forward when they have an information about a crime, so that it could be reported to the law enforcement agencies, and then we can help and solve it.
And of course, I've seen the bat phone in the office, folks. It's just a red, plain, boring-looking phone, no caller ID on it. You can also now submit tips via email and through the web, I understand, too, for a couple of years now.
Absolutely,
Important stuff.
There's QR codes that you can sign that would take you directly to the tip submission platform. Again, completely separate from the police. Nobody knows who you are. All they're looking for is the information that you have access to, and that could
that
lead
small
to an
piece of the puzzle that could solve a crime. And Corey, you're with AIM Recycling. How long have you been involved with Crime Stoppers, kind of behind the scenes now?
So, actually, fantastic question and a great connection within the community. So, with AIM Recycling, we had sponsored the Chiefs Gala, which celebrated Crime Stoppers of Hamilton's 40th anniversary. And shortly after that gala, I saw the impact of Crime Stoppers, of the board, it being a fully volunteer program. And the board of directors, the passion, the impact, and really the time and energy that they put in caught my attention, and I applied for a role. From there, it's been about 2.5 years. Ali took over as board chair, and I followed as vice chair. It's been 5-6 months in the making, and it's been we've had some great developments. And what's nice is, for me, being introduced to Crime Stoppers with the 40th gala, and now being on the committee and helping drive the Golden 50, which is obviously 50 years of Crime Stoppers internationally. It's been a great development, and it's been a lot of excitement, a lot of impact, and an opportunity for myself personally, my company, and the people around me to get involved in the community and create a safer place that we protect together.
It is pretty gratifying. We just saw the image on the camera there in regards to seeing CEO Greg Dunnett from the Chamber is going to be there. Of course, Chief Bergen and Greg O'Brien, who's with CH, all very influential people who have a voice, who want to broadcast it out there. Again, the importance of it. When we think of this 50th anniversary, what can we expect? Are we going to be seeing representatives from Crime Stoppers across the world coming to our great city, or is it just from North America? What are we expecting here, Corey?
So for us, our goal is to bring in as many individuals from different avenues as we can, businesses, corporations, whether you're small or large, community members, Hamilton Police Services. We are focused locally. So we think globally, but we focus locally. We want to make sure that Hamilton stays protected, that the people of Hamilton feel safe, and that they can have a voice, right? So like we always say, see something, say something. This gala is a great avenue for community members, for business owners, and for representatives from any organization to mingle with the board, to get to know the Hamilton Police Services. The Chamber of Commerce helped, Ali can tell us about the Chamber of Commerce development, but the Chamber of Commerce actually helped launch the Hamilton Crime Stoppers.
Right. Yeah, and that happened many years ago, the Reg Wynot days. And he was friends with my dad. I got to know Reg a little bit too. But those partnerships are so crucial, and how they have grown.
That's what it's all about. So to touch on Corey's point, it's really important to understand where it all started. So we'll take you back to 1976, where Detective Greg Magalese was involved with a murder investigation with no leads whatsoever. And he took it upon himself to send out an announcement that anyone who has information that would lead to an arrest of this murder investigation, he would put out a reward, cash reward money out of his own pocket. 72 hours later, the case was solved. So it works. The
it's
program,
tried, tested, and true.
Yes, the program works. It's almost like someone always knows something. It's just a matter of coming forward with the information without the fear of retribution. So going back to 50 years, and here we are, over 1,000 programs worldwide, and we get to celebrate it in Hamilton, the legacy of Crime Stoppers, by bringing the public, the law enforcement agencies, the media partners together to celebrate that. And that's why it's important, and that's why we're organizing it.
Yeah, and whether it be the Gordons V. Torrance Award, whether it be the Bill Stirrup Award, the list goes on and on about the number of individuals from the past who have helped grow this Hamilton Crime Stoppers and its importance. And I can only imagine Mr. Bill Stirrup up there looking down. He'd love to be at this 50th. There's no doubt about it. What a gentleman he was. Another thing too, Chief Bergen talks about this a lot. I've heard Ron Rambaran talk about it too. The rewards aren't always picked up. People are just concerned about their community, concerned about the safety, and they're not even taking the money, which, Corey, is kind of nice to hear too.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the importance of the program is, again, one, giving the people of Hamilton a voice, giving them an opportunity to step up and create a safer community anonymously. So it's difficult when you have, and whether it's youth or elderly, it's difficult when you're in an area that you don't feel safe or where you feel that your voice isn't enough. So to be able to anonymously report something, know that it's followed, know that it's going to be looked at and taken seriously without having to risk your own safety and without having to risk, the safety of perhaps your family. It's super important. And the payouts and the tips is an encouraging piece to that, right? But over and above that, it's that feeling of,
doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing.
This is my community. This is where I live. This is where I am.
So there's one thing that I want to leave the viewers with is come join us at the celebration of 50th anniversary of Crime Stoppers. Buy tickets, organizations come forward, get sponsorships, because the money that is raised for this, it goes back into the community.
All stays right here locally.
Absolutely.
Wonderful stuff. Ali, Corey, thank you both so much for coming in here. Looking forward to seeing you on the 24th.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, great stuff. Now, with more on what's happening here in our great city, hey, Paul, what do you got for us this week on The Vibe?
Thanks, Mike. And summer is truly here, Hamilton. So rather than looking at a couple of weeks ahead, let's look across the summer and help you plan for the summer months. June is Bike Month, and it's open streets on Sunday. An opportunity to go down King Street East, lots of entertainment, lots of activity hubs. It's a great day out, so that's June 7th. Franco Fest is coming to Gage Park June 19th to the 21st. And then the two farm crawls this summer. There's one on June 20th and then another on July 18th. Opportunity to go around to different farms in the area. And then looking into July, we've got 50 shows, 12 days, 11 locations. Yes, it's Fringe Festival is back, July 15th to the 26th. And then there's dances on the Bay, Bayfront Park, July 17th to 19th. And then right at the end of the month, first time, it's Route 905 Country Festival at the Ancaster Fairgrounds, July 24th and 25th. And then going into August, it's all OPA for the Greek Festival, August 14th to 16th. Pride is back at Pier 4 Park on August 21st to the 23rd. And then to round off the summer, the Wyona Peach Festival, August 28th to 30th. So with over 200 events and live music gigs every week, check out thevibehamilton.com and then also check out what's coming up in the summer. And have a great summer, Hamilton, and back to you, Linda.
Thanks, Paul. Well, at age 46, my next guest never expected to be navigating menopause before her 43rd birthday. Katie Ham, so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Your story is really quite remarkable, but also not something that we're not hearing about. I have a friend that went through the exact same thing that you did, and I'm just so glad we're starting to open up more and more and more on these conversations. So first of all, the type of breast cancer that you had, well, let's start with that, because that's why you weren't able to use hormone replacement therapy when it came to those menopause symptoms.
Correct. So I had estrogen positive breast cancer. It was basically when you think of triple negative or triple positive, mine was positive, positive, negative. So I'm unable to take any type of estrogen creams. I'm not allowed to have basically estrogen in my body. It's a hormone that actually wants to kill me.
Yeah.
So.
Just really quite remarkable, isn't it, when these things happen in our bodies to begin with.
100%.
But thank goodness that you were diagnosed, you caught the breast cancer, you went through your treatments, and then that triggered you into menopause.
It did. So it was after my radiation treatment, my doctor had said, we're going to start you on tamoxifen, which is a way to basically shut down your uterus and force you into menopause. The symptoms were told to me, like what they might be, but it was basically going from cancer treatment and plunging into an experience that none of my peers have gone through because I was only 42. So
Exactly.
I have older sisters, and I actually got menopause before they did. So I didn't even have that sort of community, if you will.
Yeah, which is so important to have that community that, you know, we all generally have. But as you said, when it happens at a time of life where it's not generally supposed to happen, you know, what do you do? So what was the process that you went through?
So basically, I experienced a lot of hot sweats, hot flashes, the cold sweats at night, extremely disrupted sleep, which impacted my day the next day, every single day. I was also off work for a while because of my breast cancer, and right when I was ready to go back into the workforce, I was experiencing extreme brain fog, which is a side effect of menopause as well.
Yes.
Which then impacted my confidence daily at work as well. So it's really important that workplaces have supports for women in their menopausal years, and our menopausal years vary, right? So you could be 35, 40, 45, 50.
So true.
So, you know, it's just having that open conversation to say that you're supported and to make you feel included, even if you are going through something that's really, really difficult.
Yeah, because it's not like, you know, we asked for this. Like, honestly, I mean, I joke sometimes, you know, often with my husband or my friends' husbands to say, this happened to you. We would have had, you know, some sort of better support decades ago
100%.
if men were going through this. Like, I'm really sorry, but it kind of is the truth, because it can just wreak havoc on your life, both physically and mentally. And you talked about some of those things there. And I think that what is really key is that we're opening up the conversations. We're now openly talking about menopause. And, you know, some people say, well, we were always kind of talking about it, but yes and no, not really, not to the extent. And so many women have gone to hormone replacement therapy, seeing great strides there, really helping these women get their lives back on track who are going through menopause. But that's something that you couldn't do.
Correct.
So how were they able to help you? Because you, of the brain fog, especially, you were saying that you were having like 25 hot flashes a day, and that was an exaggeration. Like, that's crazy.
Minimum. Yeah, so one thing I would say is that if you do have a doctor, I mean, as you know, I had breast cancer, so I was in the care of an oncologist, and he was amazing, and his role was to keep me healthy from a breast cancer perspective. But I was very loud about the quality of life that I had due to the menopause. And I think that due to my complaints consistently for my checkups, he eventually put me into a specialist. Her name was Dr. Allison Shea at St. Joe's. It was actually unbeknownst to me. I didn't know that I was referred, and I suddenly got a call. It said St. Joe's Hospital, and they said, we've got an appointment for you with the specialist, Dr. Allison Shea. So I Googled her, and she is unbelievable. It did take me 14 months to get that specialist appointment, which is unfortunate, but the good news is she always has people training alongside her, always these amazing young doctors, midwives and whatnot, always training beside her.
Great.
So when I got to that appointment,
yeah, it's got to be hard.
I just really felt seen.
Oh, yeah. I know that this is emotional because you're right. Like, so many women are on that journey in some capacity. So for you to be able to say that you're finally being seen, like, that had to be such a relief.
Well, my husband was with me. I was so thankful for that. And she just came in, like, she's got such a presence, and she came out and she just said, how are we doing? And she's like, not good, eh? And I'm like, no, not that great. You know, and she had a great doctor with her as well. And she just said, well, good news, we're gonna fix you. And I was like, okay. And then she just went through a couple of my symptoms, and she goes, oh yes, this is not good. So, like, let's do this. And she gave me a trial of a drug called Veoza. Within a day, it was gone.
A day.
It was gone. So I have no hot flashes anymore unless I get worked up. Like, I had a couple today because I was nervous. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, it's a great product, but like, it's not gonna like cure everything. You know what I mean? But no, it's like this. So without having the hot flashes and the night sweats, I have my cognition back, and my identity comes through my love for education, my love for my job, reading and whatnot, and all that was taken away. And now that I have a good night's sleep, I'm back to normal. It's better for my marriage, it's better for my sisterships, it's better for my friendships, and it's better for me at work too.
Yeah.
So, and my own confidence, right? I have my confidence back.
Because it affects everything in our lives, and I think that that's the piece that's often missing, where people just don't realize like what it's like to go through this.
Yeah.
You know, if you've never been through it, and I've got a friend, She's breezed through, you know, like no symptoms at all, still sleeps well, and it's remarkable to me because it's not the story. That's not the story for a lot of women, and so I really appreciate you, coming out to tell your story as well, because that helps other women. So what advice would you have for those that are in a similar situation to what you've been going through?
Stick with it, advocate for yourself, do research, know your own body, believe your body, and try to get yourself a specialist. And if you can't get a specialist, then maybe research some options that are good for you. Whether it's, like you said, you were on HRT, I've chosen to use Veoza, other people choose homeopathy, meditation, everything's different for everybody. So it's not a one size fits all. And I will say that menopause is quite the trip. It was actually worse for me in my cancer treatment than my actual cancer treatment.
Wow, so that's really saying something, and that brings in the reality of what women will
and that
go
was
through.
my experience, right? It's not everybody's, but yeah, so for me, it's just been the worst part for sure. So I think that just knowing that for all the other women out there, that I hope you feel seen as well, because I see you.
Oh, what a nice thing to say, and I liked how you said, about being loud. Right, like really
get loud.
Yeah, I liked that. Just using that word and really advocating for ourselves, and I think we're starting to see a very slow, sadly, but a turn in women's medicine and women's health issues, and we're now starting to study it because a lot of research has been done on men and not on women. So it's such an important area. So keep pushing and keep moving forward. I did want to mention, and I have to get my glasses so I can read this, but so there's a website called whatsvms.ca, and this is for people who are suffering with hot flashes and night sweats. It's digital, so it's super accessible. In case you are waiting to see a specialist or getting in with someone, it gives you a start. Also talk to your family doctor if you have one. So and really, really push and advocate. Be loud.
That's
Katie.
right. Be loud.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate you sharing your story with us.
My pleasure.
All right, when we come back, we'll tell you about an annual all-star basketball tournament in support of anti-violence at Hamilton's Montgomery Park. So stick around. We'll be right back.
These days at your local Legion, we're marching to the beat of a different drum. On a mission to support veterans, to have fun, and to welcome everyone to our ranks. You don't have to be a veteran to join the Legion. And as a member, you'll join thousands of others serving our veterans, our communities, and our country. Oh yeah, and our Member Perks program will save you thousands on shopping, dining, products, and services across the country. Join us at legion.ca.
Hamilton is a city best understood from the street, and today we're seeing it from the front seat. Join me as we ride along with Police Chief Frank Bergen to talk leadership, public safety, and the city he has spent a career serving. Buckle up.
Thanks for sticking around after that short break, and welcome back to Hamilton Life. The 5th annual Rise Up event at Montgomery Park is just around the corner, and this incredible day combines youth skills, clinics, free haircuts, DJs, and of course a premier all-star basketball game to unite the neighborhood while taking a powerful stand against community violence. Joining me now is Yugita to come in and talk to us about this great day. Yugita, hello, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
What a great concept, and I know you've been doing this for a few years now. Yes. But talk to us about the behind the scenes and the money that's raised and the support that's given to your agency and the people you work with, who this is really going to benefit.
Who it benefits is actually our community in a whole, because the proceeds, it's really just myself that actually puts it on, with the support of old friends and some local businesses that believe in the concept behind the entire event, is uniting against violence. We have a lot of that's happening these days. Yes. And we want to actually bring the focus back into not all young men and girls out there are out there doing the gangbanging and the shootings and getting themselves in trouble. We have those same youth that is actually out there doing positive things within the community and being a positive role model within the community. And that's what we're wanting to try and show. Kind of tired of having all the news just showing the negativity, and we want to have a spotlight on the good that's happening as well.
And you've been able to do that the last number of years. I know you've been on CH quite a bit, and that's great. And now here you are at Cable 14. Over the last number of years that you have done this, what has been the vibe been like, and what are you seeing in regards to the positiveness that has come out of this event particularly?
We have a lot of the All-Stars coming back and wanting the actual event to happen. There's been a couple years that I was on the fence of being able to see if I would be able to actually put the event on, and just because of the amount of DMs that I get from the All-Stars that participated previously, wanting to have the event back and when it is happening, that has been actually the motivation, because it shows that they're looking forward to it. They understand the concept of becoming a role model for the younger generation, and that's the biggest thing. And having the we have Blended Barber, who has been actually on the show before.
Yes.
And he's been a part of this event for the last 4 years. And part of their community give back is actually coming and doing free haircuts and lineups as well for the event, and being a part of the event to give back. And that's another reason why I say it's also showing the young entrepreneurs that is in the city of Hamilton that we are actually giving back within the community.
Yeah, anything is possible when a community comes together, and nothing like taking it back to the asphalt, where for a lot of these kids is where it first started. Playing
It's where
hoops as young
I
kids,
started.
right?
I started basketball on the concrete.
Yeah.
And then went into Sir John A. Macdonald, and then ended up at Cathedral High School.
Right.
So at the end of the day, that's where I started, and that's where I got my son started, and things like that. And this year we actually have we're taking another step up and expanding Rise Up into a Rise Up Seniors Afternoon, where we're inviting all senior athletes to Cathedral High School on June 13th, where we're actually having motivational speakers come and speak with the athletes and giving them tips on how to deal with the pressures from going from high school, being at the top of your game, to going into college and having to deal with all the stresses of time management and not being possibly feeling supported or seen and things like that, and depression and things that all hits athletes, especially student athletes.
Yes.
And we're giving them those tips. So a neighborhood is coming together to do that.
You're starting from scratch once your high school career ends and you go into the unknown, where no one's going to be holding your hand anymore.
No.
And you're an adult, you got to figure it out. And in regards to those that have maybe gone off the tracks, they're coming the right way, your organization giving them that opportunity to expand, feel like they're giving back, I think is so important too. I do believe, depending on circumstances, most people should be given a second chance.
It is, and that's the best thing. It's this year we also have the local musicians that will be coming out and supporting, as well as a live halftime show with a live band behind them.
Great.
And things. So we're making it bigger every year. We also have the Ward 4 counselor behind us, supporting us in the event as well. She had no idea the event was happening a couple of years ago in her neighborhood, and she was actually walking her dog, and she's like, "What's happening?"
Yeah.
And she's been supporting it since then.
Great.
And it's also a big thing for us to be able to give back and to show that no matter what position you come from home, you can still make it to the next level.
Yeah.
Whether you are coming from foster care, a single parent home,
Blended
two-parent
family,
homes, anything.
Doesn't matter.
You can still make it to the next step.
You certainly can. So very quickly for our viewers, before we have to wrap up and get out of here quickly, when is the event taking place?
Saturday, July 11th
Beautiful.
at Montgomery Park.
And Montgomery Park, for those that don't know, in Ward 4, approximately where the main intersections.
I call it the traffic circle.
Know it well.
And if everybody's from Hamilton, they should know what the traffic circle is.
Better believe it. If you're not, well, still come on down and check out at least.
Yes.
To you, thank you for the work that you and your close friends are doing to help give those who need the second chance, who need the confidence boost. It's important to have people like you in our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, enjoy the 11th and rain or shine, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Pray for rain. Pray for sun. Sun. No rain. Snow. Next up, Hamilton Life's Harmony McKenzie. She went on location to Blueberry Therapy to learn about an essential yet unspoken part of everyday wellness: pelvic floor care. This specialized care helps patients rebuild strength, manage pain, and completely regain control of their lives. Harmony, over to you.
The pelvic floor is something we all have and we should all know a little bit about, but sometimes we're a little uncomfortable to talk about it. And that's why I'm here with Kristen Parisi from Blueberry Therapy. Thanks for having me.
So great to have you. I love talking about the pelvic floor.
I get it from all of the things around us.
Yes.
Now, this is quite the contraption that no one really gets to see that look of it, you know? What are we looking at?
Great question. So we're looking at the pelvic floor, and important to note that everybody has one. It is this group of muscles that run at the bottom of the pelvis from the pubic bone all the way back to the tailbone and run over to your sit bone. So as you sit there, Harmony, you're sitting on your pelvic floor.
And how important is it to really exercise and take care of these?
It's very important, actually. We talk about all the time in here, the pelvic floor has a number of different functions. So it helps us make sure that we don't leak anything, pee or poop or all that kind of stuff. It helps us with supporting our core, so for posture, also for pelvic organ prolapse, and then it helps us from a sexual standpoint. So for everyone, it's a really important muscle.
And we often hear about it more with females, probably because childbirth is really where we, see that affected. So even if you're not having kids, though, what are some good exercises we can do to help take care of it and support it?
Yes, so we're going to talk about that right now, actually, which is why I have the balloon.
I like that. I was wondering why I had a balloon with a nice word put on it.
So this is a model of how our pelvic floor at the bottom, this is our little belly button, and our diaphragm, that big breathing muscle work. So even as we do a great big deep breath, we can see that the pelvic floor stretches and lengthens. And as we let go of that breath, as we exhale, the pelvic floor comes up. So breathing in itself can be an awesome way to actually exercise the pelvic floor.
And it even looks a little like a blueberry.
And it
Coincidence?
I think not. So we want to use it in lots of different ways, but breathing's an easy start.
Okay.
Then when we have people come and see a pelvic health physiotherapist, we can show them specific exercises for them. And as they leave, one of the things that we can do is use a biofeedback tool, which
is one of these guys,
yes,
right?
which you're actually sitting on right now.
And these are so small. People can take these home. They can purchase them and do this at home as a regular exercise.
Yes, that's exactly right. And what it does is it monitors the contraction of the pelvic floor. So when your pelvic floor contracts well, it pulls up and in like a jellyfish. And when it relaxes back to a hammock. So this is able to feel and convert that into a game. So you can play video games with your pelvic floor.
That's crazy. All right, walk me through how this works.
Okay, so we're gonna resume. And as you contract, you see the blue line comes up and those little levers on the pinball go up. So that's you making the pelvic floor contract.
I'm not playing with my mind. I'm actually exercising my pelvic floor.
That's exactly right. And it can be really helpful for people who have a very poor sense of how their body is working. So in that way, it's biofeedback for them.
And this is engaging too, because now I want to, a great job, it says, I did something good, and I want that satisfaction. So this is probably a really good tool for those that are competitive.
It's a great tool for those that are competitive and those that find their exercises really boring. So we're playing this game, but there's also a spaceship game, a marble run game. Amazing. So it keeps you engaged.
Now, what are some of the things, if you don't have the money to put out into this right away and you just want to, get some exercises, can we go through a couple of exercises you can do anywhere?
Of course. So the simplest exercise, even as you're sitting here, and we hear about people doing this as they're driving, as you're sitting at a red light, you're going to think about, you're going to do that deep breath in. And as you exhale, you're going to think about stopping the flow of pee, stopping a fart. You're drawing that pelvic floor up and in, or pulling a blueberry up in it, which is a cue we use a lot around here.
And that's probably where the name came from.
It's exactly where the name
Now,
came
it's very
from.
mental, though. You really have to be in tune with your body as
Yes.
you're doing it. Does it ever become something that is kind of natural and you don't really have to think about it?
Yeah, and actually that's the goal. The goal is to work on this muscle that maybe isn't working so well so that it works in more of that automated function. Because when it's working well, it works behind the scenes. Every time you cough, laugh, jump, it's working if you're not leaking.
Such good information. Now, I'm going to keep playing this game because it said I did good, and I think I'm going to do even better now that I know what I'm doing. But thank you so much for taking the time with me. If there's people at home that want to learn more, reach out to you, how do they do that?
Lots of great ways. blueberrytherapy.ca online. We're on Instagram, Blueberry Therapy Pelvic Health, and they can call the number, they can email. We have lots of different ways that you can reach out to us.
Thank you again, and I'm going to keep playing this game. Maybe I'll switch to the spaceship game.
Well, I'm super excited because joining us now are award-winning singer-songwriters Alex Worms and Melissa Dutch, the visionary forces behind Femme Rising, a dynamic concert series dedicated to elevating female and queer voices. Welcome to you both. So good to have you here. And the reason I'm excited, of course, Alex, is we had you here before performing. You were phenomenal. We talked a little bit, and I'm like, there's so much to talk about when it comes to, you know, especially women and still in the music industry and everything you come up against. So tell us, first of all, what this is.
Absolutely.
The Femme Rising.
Yeah, well, I'm going to hand that over to Melissa.
All right,
It's her
we'll start
project.
with you, Melissa.
Yep.
And it's great to have you here.
It's great to be here. I'm really excited to be here for the first time. Yeah, Femme Rising is a showcase series for femme and queer artists here in the community. We're backed by Women in Music Canada this year and the Groundwork Promoter Program with the City of Hamilton, and we're running out of Mills Hardware. I run
great venue,
right? I'm so lucky to have that space.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, we just did a show a couple days ago, kicking off the season, and it was a blast. So yeah, we have 2 more shows coming up out of that location. I'm also running some small songwriter rounds as well through some local spaces in the community.
I think the music scene in Hamilton's pretty awesome. I think we're very, very fortunate and have been for a number of years. Really great voices have come out of Hamilton already that, you know, get to that super almost stardom that you could call it. But I've listened to both of you, and I encourage you at home, if you haven't heard either one of them, to please go online and listen to their music and support, because you're both great and also unique in how you sound, which is what I love. And I love discovering new musical talent and voice and everything. And so well done to both of you. Like, how would you describe your type of music, and then, you know, where your musical path has kind of come from, you know, because we've all, I think almost all of us wish we could sing, at least I do, but you know.
Totally. Right now, soul, pop, rock would be kind of where I would pigeonhole myself. But I have a background, I grew up doing classical voice, and then I went to Humber for jazz and contemporary music, and that really opened up my mind to what music could be. And my writing kind of blossomed in that arena.
Yeah, and you can hear it in all of those influences in your music, which is really great. And Alex, like, we've heard you, but for those who may have missed that particular performance.
Yeah, well, I also had a classical background in piano and singing. My music now falls more into the indie rock, indie pop category, but you'll hear, again, the influence of classical and jazz music from my studies at McMaster and Humber as well.
Yeah, which is really neat. What do you think we need to do to keep this, you know, elevating women and queer musicians in our communities, but also on the world stage?
I think that coming out to shows is big, being able to connect with new artists that you might not know. And then engaging on social media. It is a little bit tougher to find femme and queer artists, so just being really intentional in your searching on Spotify, looking for who are women playlists, right? Queer folks on playlists, and yeah, just being intentional about finding those voices, because we've got some really interesting things to say.
Yes, and then when you do find any artist who you think is doing something interesting or moving, then taking the extra step to even share that artist with other people, invite a friend to the show, and just engage as much as you can.
Yeah, and what's really great is it's affordable. It's an affordable way to get out and listen to some good music, enjoy some of the cool venues within your own community as well, and then discover this unbelievable talent.
Yeah, and connect to the people around you, which I think is really important in this day and age, and we kind of lost some of that, you know, so finding that space again to just enjoy your life, get in community, and figure out what your community wants and needs, right? I think music is a great way to just feed your soul in community.
Yeah. It connects us in so many ways, and it also connects us to, you know, things that we love in our lives. Like certain music will bring certain emotion and certain thoughts in different times of your life as well. So, you know, with this event is great, but throughout the year and ongoing, you know, what are some of your suggestions for women, for, you know, people in the community to be able to come out and support others? Yeah, big question, right?
It's a very, very big question. I mean, we've talked about going out to live shows. It's my belief that people who are not in the music community may not necessarily understand how great the indie and DIY scene is, you know? I certainly didn't. I grew up in a suburb where there really wasn't much of a music scene, and then I moved to Hamilton, and suddenly I realized, hey, I can actually do music as a career. It's possible. I don't need to become a celebrity in order to do that. And some of the best concerts my band has played have been in like concrete rooms at the backs of bars, and we've played theaters, right? There's something about, you know, a $10 or $15 ticket event in a small DIY space where you can get right up close to some really excellent musicians. You know, I think people who are not involved in the scene themselves may just not know how great the experience can be if you take a chance on an event like that. So I always encourage people, you know, if you see an obscure looking poster on James Street, maybe it's worth actually going and checking it out, and you never know what you're gonna find there.
No, I love how both of you have put that, talking about check it out, do some digging, just like look what's going on in your own community, build that community, support our local musicians, and just get out there. Like, we need to do more of that, and music is such a beautiful connector.
Yeah, and at Femme Rising, we love to say that music is magic.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
We have to end on that. we just do, although I could talk to you forever. Music is magic.
Yeah.
I thank you both.
And we would say,
yes.
What are the next Femme Rising dates, Melissa?
Yes.
July 5th is the next one.
Perfect. So lots of time to get your tickets.
Yes, and then
October 25th
is Them Rising. Alex is going to be playing that show.
Awesome.
And yeah, and we have some other dates for smaller rounds. If you just go to melissadutch.com, you'll see all those dates there.
Yeah, and go check it out too, just to get their music. Like, they're both great, really talented. So thank you both for being here. When we come back, Mike and I will learn a little bit of magic with Christian Masha. So don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
City is full of ambitious entrepreneurs, innovative businesses, and gritty journeys. Curious about who's building, what they're building, and how they're building it in your backyard? Join Buzzworthy on Cable 14 and cable14.com every Thursday at 6 p.m.
I am a champ.
Champ. I am a champ. I am a champ.
I am a champ. A member of the Warham's Child Amputee Program.